Alrighty, we're back. Oh shit, that's right. It's still New Year's Day, so let's get back to this. There we go. My boy, see how he's doing. Oh, I might have to start selling those for a little bit more than 10K, so I can get a little bit of money for these damn things. Let's see if we can get 50. Yo, yo, hello. What's going on, man? How you been? Happy New Year's.
Amazing gentleman, yeah.
Yeah, just fucking around.
I can dig it.
All right, man.
Same here, man. My brother gave me some games. Gave me a PlayStation 4 and a PlayStation 2 game, which
Okay.
is the Jet Li game.
Oh my God. Time to Rise, some shit like that. Oh my God.
Love
Holy
that
shit. That game is dope. Wow. God, I haven't played that game in so long. Have you played? Have you ever played that Jet Li? Not Jet Li, but the Bruce Lee game on Xbox?
I find myself relying on your
Oh,
magical
really,
expertise
dude?
here.
Holy crap! That's another one from like around that time period that I really dig.
game. Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't play like Jet Li game, but it is still pretty cool.
I
Um,
don't know.
Bring the pain to these ass-kissing Olympian
Maybe
losers.
Batman?
My heart breaks, Miss
yeah, it's
Suffering.
very those games are kind of similar, like as far as gameplay goes.
And
We're
you
best
will be
mates after all,
honored.
you and I. Now, the goddess of magic is throwing a war
Okay,
against the
claim
old
that
house
for
of
this.
PlayStation
mystery. Or maybe against the JLD, or both hot hell.
Yeah, it'd be
Lend
cool.
a hand, will ya?
Certain PlayStation 3s can, and then if you buy games on the store, there's some PS2 games
Goddess Hecate, where art
that you can
thou?
play on your PS5, but a lot of them
Well,
don't
the
work like
perfect
super
tale
well.
affects me too, and that's why I'm working on the plan to stop her. Trust me.
Speed Force Spectrum Boots box. Okay.
what you playing right now.
DCUO. Decided to start a new character. So, just been fucking around with this. Playing a water character. It's been pretty cool. Okay, I can't use that yet. 25. So you just been doing some little shit up.
King Hero is back.
Huh.
Zatanna,
How is
use
it?
your good
You digging it?
sorrow to lead angels astray. And
downloaded as a
What
video
makes you
that
think I
actually
work on
turned out to be
you?
okay.
Well, because
Oh, this is a level 30.
Cute.
Oh, no, I can't do this.
look at all
But go ahead.
these party crashers. There's more cops here than in
Oh yeah, that game is I'm not gonna say like really good, but I know a lot of people enjoy it. I've seen a lot of people play.
Help yourself.
It's like very soothing. I've seen a lot of people say they enjoyed the shit out of it. Like I haven't played it personally, but yeah, I've seen people live stream it. And they just sit there, walk around. There's a lot of crossover stuff in there. Like you get to go to the Law Cross Mansion, and I think the Ghostbusters fucking firehouse and shit. So, oh, really? Okay, that's pretty cool.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people fucking around with it. It's like, dude, this is actually really fun.
You can always use more combat options, correct?
All right, I can't afford any of these. Fuck. Like, fine, where's that? It's the bank storage. That's what I look for. So, let's see. Those are the.
This game has the whole time attack type thing. It's just right. Big counters and shit like that. Take that stuff down.
Okay.
This game I'm playing like the monkey key, but it's been kind of bound by so like just have nearly powers you have from before.
Yeah, I like the actual story. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one that's supposed to come out, and forgot what it's gonna be called. It's made by a Chinese company, and it looks awesome. Jesus, when it finally comes out, the game is gorgeous looking. Combat looks pretty insane. Okay, that box. Is there a storage in here or no? There is not. Fuck it. I'm gonna have to go to layer. Alright, so let's just work back there. Put something in there. Put something back in the bank vault. Alright, so I'm gonna keep those. I'm gonna get rid of these pistols. Can't use them yet. I don't.
So you can't even see it?
DCUO.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, well, let me ask. Do you want me to join you?
I mean, you're free if you want. Shit, I'm just fucking around. Yeah, if you want to hop on for a bit, yeah, dude. Come on in. Make a new character.
See what?
I said make a new character. That's what I did. So,
Right now?
yeah, I started fresh. I mean, I'm almost 25, but yeah, I started fresh a couple of days ago.
Do like a jump to 30 type deal.
If you want, yeah. Only reason I started fresh is I wanted to get kind of a base ground on the new stuff that I've been missed since I haven't played in forever. And they've got quite a bit of new shit. Yeah, I just updated it recently, and I was like, I was just gonna start on one of my other characters, but then I was like, I think they added some more new shit. I was like, I'll make a new one, And then I went ahead and just kind of spent a little cash on some stuff. Look,
Stop.
I hope so. If you haven't been playing, yeah, I went ahead and just finished buying all the powers I hadn't unlocked yet. So, and you don't really need to pay for the game to play all the content now, so that's nice. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff, like as far as like when you're playing free, that you don't have to do anymore. You don't have to pay for the episodes. All the episodes are free. You also don't have really super restrictive bank access anymore. So if you got a lot of money, you can use it. You can use you're limited to how many items you can sell in the auction house, but I mean I think it's like 5 at a time, which is still cheaper. Because you remember before you basically couldn't do shit but buy things in the auction for free. Yeah. I don't have anybody with 1 million, but like I had someone with like 600,000, and sure enough, as soon as I logged in, I was right there. There it is. I was like, son of a bitch. This is so good. I have to say, it was a little dry.
It burns! Oh, God, it burns! Somebody help! Put it out! Put it out!
Oh damn. The save data thing, that shouldn't take terribly long. That's just gonna, yeah, that's all it is. That's like it takes too long. Yeah. Once you have it set up, it'll start doing it automatically. Yeah. It'll just ask you that, like, especially if you have like long periods where you haven't played something. So, yeah, because it wants to match, make sure the data matches each other. Let's see. I am playing a shield water user, and I'm gonna go all in on healer. So. Well, why don't you play a power you haven't played before? That's why I ran water. I was like, man, I haven't played hero in a while. I want to try water because I never got a chance to test it. Because it was like, yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. I was like, water should have been power. Jesus.
Somebody help! Put it out! Put it out!
I think I'm trying to remember. I think atomic is a tank. Yeah. Apparently, fire is still ass as a tank. Yeah, it's good for DPS, but apparently it's still ass for tanking. I was What? I mean, it's a fun DPS. I'll tell you that much, because I've done DPS fire. It's great. It's especially because it has those self heals. Wonderful for that. Earth Tank's weird because like they have like the pets and shit, and it's Yeah, it's like a combination of that and some other stuff. It's a little complicated. Oh, there's a new UI, dude. There's a new UI for when you start. It looks way different. It's very fancy looking. Also, what's oh, I was gonna say. Also, like whenever you do make a new character, what's really cool is it it kind of gives you a brief description on the power, and it also tells like the complexity level of it.
That's good.
Yeah. So you kind of have a little background idea of like this power be hard to play.
You won't get away with this, scumbag. Oh no, not good, not good. Help! I need some help over here, man.
Oh, this guy. Well,
Somebody help! Put it out! Put it out!
let's see, what's the troll powers? Munitions is troll. Well, the munitions is kind of weird.
1199, request assistance.
It's still like rated highly. I was laughing my ass off. I was looking at the description for it. It was like electricity, complexity, simple. I was like, yep, it's not a hard power to play. Super fucking easy.
That is a troll. I just have
Yeah, it's a troll power. Yeah, because electricity.
You won't get away with this,
I remember
scumbag.
people like being like, electricity is so busted. You just give yourself power, and the power and your actions synergize with each other. It's just,
Somebody help! Put it out! Put it out!
It's like a self-healing troll.
Yeah.
Because electricity can also make you very powerful a little bit.
yeah, dude, fucking electricity is so stupid. It was like super brain dead, man. I remember talking to people about it. It's like, dude, this power is brain dead as fuck. You have like no weaknesses. Bullshit.
Way back up broken updates. It's frustrating and just
Good times.
Oh no, not good! Not good! Help!
Oh wow, how's he doing?
I got him through Facebook friend.
Call for backup!
Okay.
I need some help over here, man!
Is he doing all right?
Unfortunately, he himself is doing good.
Okay. Jesus, dude. Fuck, man.
Somebody help! Put it out!
Well, hopefully she can beat that too, man. Damn.
Ah! It burns! Oh God, it burns! You won't get away with this, scumbag! I need some help over here, man!
Go. God, I love freezing breath.
You won't get away with this, scumbag!
Yeah. Yeah.
Request assistance!
Yeah, that's basically what it was. That happened to me too. The other day, I was trying to play something, and I was like, oh, okay, damn, I finished fast. It's like, no, you still got the actual game. Like, oh, well, that makes sense. Oh, goody. Cinnamon rolls are done. Sorry, Officer Jones, get your ass kicked.
Request assistance! Where's that backup?
Yeah, man.
Find the lobster and bacon on my
Really? Shit. I've seen the mix, but I've never like actually tried to buy it. And, yeah. Yeah.
I actually would have maybe go to Dunkin' Donut.
Yeah.
The Nestle, the vanilla Nestle quick shakes, little drinks.
Huh. Okay.
Because that's the only place that had them. Like, no, not Giant, not Walmart, not Food Lion, not any of those grocery stores. Not 7-Eleven. Only place you could get it was at Dunkin' Donuts.
Huh.
So I would have to catch two buses or take a cab before we had a car.
Jesus.
Just wait to go to work.
Oh, like I haven't heard
Until she
that
got
joke
pregnant,
before.
then I had to go.
Throw down?
But when she was pregnant, we had a car at that point. But still, like a 30-minute drive. That's quick milk.
Wow.
So today's the day you just started back up, or?
Nah, I've been playing a couple days now. Been like streaming it and shit. Right. Yeah, and I was sitting there looking at some MMOs on my laptop, and I was like, huh, I don't want to play this again. And I logged in, and then I was like, well, I played on the PC for a little bit, and I was like, I want to play my PlayStation account. I got all my stuff there. I don't have any of my stuff done on PC, so fuck that. So then hopped on. I was gonna play one of my old characters, and I was like, nah, let's play one of the new guys. Let's play a new guy.
You must be crazy to help out the Joker. I have his new formula, and I'll finish you later.
Speedster, good times.
I mean, because Speedster's good, it's just getting to the little hover pod pad shit, like.
It's interesting to get used to. I'll say this though. So what's really cool is there's a new hub called the House of Legends. What's
Oh, yeah.
all right, and so they have a bunch of vendors there, and the one of well, a couple of the vendors sell old equipment like styles, um, and items, but one of them sells the movement items. You remember?
What?
Yes, it sells all three of them. I was like, holy shit! I just saw it in there.
If I had maybe the. So acrobatics was the gloves, right?
Yes, there's the Batman gloves, and then there's like it's yeah, because it's clawed gloves, and then it's like I forgot the speedster boots are called. It's like
Yes,
it's like
it's a Joker
jetpack, yeah. And I
I
remember
think
always,
the
I remember,
acrobatics.
yeah, I was gonna say, I remember always thinking to myself like acrobatics really is kind of the easiest one to get around in. But if I could get the other two items just to have, that would be great for when I need to like do certain stuff, like in certain areas. Like speedster is the best to get somewhere fast. Flying is great when you need to do a lot of like platforming and jumping through places and shit. You can just fly there.
I always figured that if there was a way to combine acrobatics and speedster, that would cover most of everything. Because with the acrobatics, if you could do like the actual like glider thing,
Yeah, you really don't need
that
flight.
would take care of the whole platform.
Yeah.
Or maybe. So I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna go acrobatic and see if I can acquire the speedster boots.
Now, I forgot the in-game currency you use for them. I do recall that they were fairly, largely spotted.
Oh yeah, Christmas and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, it's the anniversary shit, didn't we?
I don't even think they do that anymore. Or if they do, they don't do like a crazy drop of anything.
Oh,
anymore. I mean, hasn't been like that for years. So it's like I was just using my Tom bot, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm mad. I miss Servo."
So I was talking to some cat that was playing, and I dropped Skeets, and then they dropped Skeets too. I'm like, oh, you've been playing this for a minute? He's like, nah. I'm like, what? I guess he did a redrop.
Makes sense. Like I told
wish I
you,
could get that fucking dungeon.
yeah, that was a pre-order thing only. I remember that. I remember playing with someone who had it. I was like, dude, what? But they did it. They did do a thing where it was like a little thing where you could get a Batman drone
Uh-huh.
back in 2019. And right now you can still get that. You have to pay for it. There's a pack you can get. Um, yes, there's a pack you can get. It's like a. Hold on, let me get the actual name. So
It's like the best.
there's two bundles. Yeah, it's like an accessory. That's an accessory though. So there is. It's the Ultimate Batman bundle, and it's a tier 1 bat drone and a bat signal uplink device, which is like a orbital strike. But like you see the bat signal up here. And then it comes with some styles for Batman Beyond and shit. And it comes with the mana layer. And then there's another one, it's the Gotham City Starter Pack. And that one comes with two iconic style suits, one based on Batman, one based on Joker. You get, and then you get what's called Gotham City Emergency Signal. And as long as you have it equipped, it's a 25% experience boost. It's permanent as long as you have the equipment on. And depending on if you're hero or villain, it'll call Joker or Batman out to attack.
Oh, shit.
And it's a one-time attack when they come out. When you're under CR 25, any normal non-boss enemies in the area instantly get fucking killed. And after that, it just does a bunch of damage, and then it gives you a bunch of like just little items here and there for stuff like radar enhancers, shit like that, you know.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'm connected.
Okay. Where is my... Okay, so I spotted Larfleeze in the city. I don't even know where.
Speedster mate. A level 8. Oh, wait, are you villain or hero?
I'm villain, bro.
Key exobite researchers, Dr. Khan, recently chose
Do you still need to pay to be able to access all your characters, like X amount of characters?
You can access everyone you have, and if you need to get extra slots, you still have to pay for that. But everyone you have access to. Anyone you've made. There's no more like, oh, you don't have a subscription, then you only can access the first 3 characters on your list. That shit's gone. Yeah, they've pretty much overhauled the subscription system, so it's makes a little bit more sense for a free to play game.
Who is your mentor?
My mentor is Lex. I started at Metropolis.
I have a level 28 speedster. Zap you now.
And that's a villain? Hey, hop on. Shit. Send you.
It's electricity. I mean, shit, I can't get. Man, I couldn't have booked that better.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm gonna send you a friend request. Zap you now. Ha! It's crazy. That was in my little auto whip shit.
And apparently he has the Wayne Manor.
Ah, so you must have made right around the time it dropped. I do remember playing with you for a bit, and you had gotten the manor and saying like how big it was. Like, dude, there's so much room in here.
It is fucking big.
Yeah, I have it on this character, and it's like, Jesus Christ, yeah. The only thing I hate is that the amenity spots are really far away from each other, and I really try. I really like trying to keep them in one place, but it's all good. What? What are you doing?
Oh, there we go. That might be. I forgot how. Check my mail. I have to go to a place to check the mail.
Unless you have the amenity in your base. I don't know if you ever bought those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I made sure to buy all those permanent things. Those are useful to you. There's also some other cool stuff that they added that you can do. So there's an actual feature now. So you know how we used to collect the style and shit? There's literally a thing in the style tab now that you can just do unlock all styles and you just pay a fee.
Okay.
It's very large. Don't get me wrong, and it's a replay badge cost. But it's you can just unlock every style in the game.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Everything.
LexCorp forces are invading the facility.
Turret reinitializing. LexCorp targeted.
It's in 2 rooms.
Did you hold on. All right. Oh, really?
Like I can't see my loadout.
Oh shit.
I'm surrounded by enemies.
Are you outside of your base?
Yeah.
Wonder where you set your base up at.
My Brainiac ship.
Oh wow. You are
Yeah.
that's a hell of a spot. Yeah, I set my manor lair in Gotham, and then I picked a spot that was close to one of the nightclubs. So,
Yeah. Gotham Brainiac ship.
yeah, I wanted to be close. Oh, near the bottles?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because I wanted to set mine up close to where it'd be weak enemies, so I wouldn't get, like, killed spawning out of the fucking entrance.
Classified materials.
Because I've had that happen before.
A well-preserved specimen recovered during the. We have a code.
Hop out of base and it's like, oh shit.
Security breach in progress.
Damn it. I'm about to die.
See? Ah. The breakout? You'll hold right trigger and then hit circle.
Classified materials registry. A magical maelstrom recovered by Star field agents in the wake of the Spectre incident.
Might need to load into an area real quick.
Like, there's no PlayStation 5 version of this, right?
Not yet, no. So you're going to be playing the PS4 version, which means there might be some glitches. I was just on a forum for this game, and yeah. The PS5 version.
Calculator here.
Did you?
Base encryption beginning now.
Huh!
Oh, and I
Wow.
have the Star Labs teleporter.
That's
Expect
quick.
some LexCorp backup soon.
Teleportation sequence complete.
Oh, there it is.
You know what? Let me pop this Joker thing. Getting tired of fighting these guys. Get him, Joker!
Static.
sending in reinforcements. Buy me more time. Data encrypted and downloading. Support incoming.
So they have one loadout for DPS.
Oh yeah, I haven't set up a controller loadout yet. I mean, you
Excellent.
you can set up one
Totally
because you can switch between healer or not healer, but
duly punished.
controller or
Lex should be in the
DPS.
building soon, and Steel as
You
well.
press up on the pad to
Feel like
really.
dealing
You
some
set your two
super
different
punishment.
loadouts.
Security breach in progress.
Now you won't have your equipment loadouts. That's different. But you can at least have your power bar. And you can at least have your power bar set.
Oh, damn it. I need to go back to base. Activate all that shit in here.
Fall back into defensive positions.
The only thing you'll need is money for stuff that you've already purchased. There's only 3 levels. Wait, 4 levels? I think it's 3 or 4. It might be 3 of the upgrades.
Oh, I can't go to my base.
Evacuate all
Yeah, you can. I was about to say, like, you absolutely can. So. Should be able to work to all your bases, in fact.
That was a tricky or something.
So there's something that lets you warp to different places from your base, your teleporter. Yeah, that's still a thing.
Stand there, blast this Superman wannabe into submission.
Jesus. Mill, fucking Christ. Oh, you're not hurt from money.
I've got something you won't want. I'm going to get rid of you once and for all. I'm going to enjoy this.
That was fun.
I'll let my hammer do the talking.
Alright. Beat Steel.
Classified materials registry. A curious green ooze.
That was just a warm-up. Meet me in the next building.
Ah, sweet. Level up to 25. Good times.
Star Labs' main exabyte research.
Alright, I can make my first armory.
Trying
Yay.
to keep it secret, but please. Oh, and I show Superman is on his way. Ready for the big time.
My agents are inside, securing the exobytes Dr. Khan so unwisely used for her research. The contract, those now belong to me.
Huh.
I expect that will bring
That's wild.
Superman running with some big
Finally, I got a trinket.
honesty and
Fuck yes, dude.
honesty.
Thank you.
So meet me inside. We'll show him what it means to put humanity first.
God, I've been waiting for that. Yeah, man, I've been waiting for a utility belt for a while, dude. Like, I've got all these trinkets that I'm holding and just holding on to and I haven't been able to use. It's like, this is BS.
it's got nothing but green on it. That means it's better on currently wearing.
Generally, yeah.
Seriously. Buyback. It's all green, but it's +0.
Oh, that's CR, dude.
Is that?
Oh no, okay, so it's showing up green, but the stat bonuses are just zeros.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's probably not better. Just equal to.
I guess equal to is good as long as it's not a negative, so.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So that's there. That's there. Okay. That's a respec station. Well, that's not the field. This one can spit. I have 73 points. Once you activate supply drop. Damn, that's expensive.
What?
25 source marks for a second.
Oh, to go past the limit.
Just get to the second deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I wasn't trying to go past the big amount on the far right side. I was like, oh, I'm good.
So I have.
I got one now. I had to go to my base and activate it.
They're the ones broadcasting instructions from the Queen. Take them out.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Do you remember how they had two separate radar enhancers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a thing. Just one. Yeah. Just one, and it looks for everything. So it'll find the investigations and the collections.
The Metropolis Metrodome, the world's most advanced sports and convention facility.
But yeah, so what did I see? So I went on the DC forum not too long ago. I was reading up some stuff, and it was a because I had seen a thing on Reddit. It was apology from Daybreak because there's supposed to be a PS5, Xbox update. And they're like, we gotta push it back. We're working on it. So there'll be a client. So we don't have to use the PS4 or Xbox One client when we play this. And so it's gonna get a proper update finally. And then yeah, just the client launch client, so we don't have all the glitches and shit when we hop on. And so that's gonna be a thing. And then apparently there's supposed to be possibly
Holy shit!
Oh, nice. Possibly there's gonna be a new power and movement type dropped. Yeah, that was rumored there when I saw what they were talking about it. I was like, oh, okay. Be something new. That'll be great.
This is Vicky Vale with JLA Watch.
If that's true. Shit. I wouldn't mind another movement type. I don't know what they're gonna do. But I'd like him in there. I'm trying to fucking do. Oh, that's right. Let's check my loadouts real quick. I need to update this shit. Did I get Torrent? Okay, that's the finisher. Dehydrate. Yeah, that's I can use that. Let's see. Ebb. I don't know why this power set has a pull, but fuck it. Drone. Okay, reading that already. Mending wave. Pressurize. Dehydrate. Okay, so that one's pretty cool. But that burns up supercharge. Torrent. Okay, so I don't want to use that. Oh, this is another water combo move. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, I had that. Okay. Whirlpool. Oh, sweet. Finally. Got my first fucking mastery ability. There we go. Alright. Dual pistols. Pistol style real quick. What are you trying to do? Oh, the allies? You have to do the mission to unlock them first, and then you'll be able to do it. So you're gonna have to go to the Hall of Legends. You'll do the tour there, and then there'll be a mission after the tour with Cyborg. You're gonna have to fight the Batman Who Laughs, and then once you do finish that, you'll unlock well. I don't know if it'll be something for Oracle. I think it'll be Calculator Bot though, because that's what I had got on mine. The Calculator Bot will be your first ally that you unlock, quote unquote, and then you'll be able to use them. Otherwise, you can't use them, like at all. Yeah, it threw me off too because I had some already. I had Aquaman and Diana. I'm like, why can't I use them? Like, oh, makes sense. You actually have to unlock it. Like as far as equipment? Okay. Yeah, so like if you want to do like a DPS one, the little one, you need a second. You're gonna get one free one from the loadout mission that you get as you level up. So you have one free one.
Classified materials registry. Recovered by
Fall back into defensive positions. Secure our control points.
Whoa. Just forgot about those. I don't even know the relevance for those anymore. Like the common area,
What do you mean?
catching like fight. Like I found all the one open world
Oh, you.
feats and investigations.
Oh, wow. Okay. Did you do it on that character?
I'm scared. Like since I did it once, I think I can just speed by all those deals, right?
Yes, you can rebuy all of the feats for the unlocks. Like, because I know you get a feat whenever you finish a collection. Yes. If you have the, I think the replay badge that you use, or some kind of legendary badge for it. You can buy the feats. Which, man, I wish I had some for this guy, because there's a lot of skill points I could use.
We have a code red. Repeat, code red.
That would be really helpful. Speaking of that, I mean, I know you've played since that change, but yeah, so you know you don't get power points anymore, right?
Yeah.
Now your powers just unlock when you level up, which is so much better. So much better. By the time. Yo, appreciate that, Chris, man. You stay blessed too, my guy, if you're still in here.
Star, I need backup. Star, I need backup.
Summon my T.O. robot. So useful. I just bought some new fucking robots. I need to try to use them. I have a LexCorp bot that I need to try to use. And Bat Drone that I haven't got to use yet.
Are you actually working on any missions at the moment?
Yep, I am currently doing one of the missions in Metropolis. I can ping it up so you can find me if you want.
Yeah.
Hold on. Go to the map real quick. Shit. How do you use the ping? No. Huh. I don't know how to use the damn ping. Switch role, no. Current effects. Oh, you can see your current effects and debuffs in the menu, huh? I didn't even know that was a thing.
No. Are you actually out in the world? Or are you in somewhere?
I'm in a place. I'm trying to remember how you activate the because I know there was a way you can in Star Labs facility.
That is. It's been a minute. That's where the Hawk people are flying around, correct?
I don't know.
That's where the Hawk and a Hawk woman found that over by Star Labs.
I don't remember if that's where she was.
harvested from government technology after the Cadmus incident.
It's near where Queen Bee is at.
Yeah,
All the little bee, all the bee dudes.
Star Labs. Assembly. Alright, I am on my way.
Sweet.
2,000 away.
I will wait for you because I'm right at the boss area. Yeah, it felt good to. Yeah. I don't miss that. I do not miss that at all. It's like, where you at? Hold on, I gotta reload. I fell through the floor. Jesus, man.
You know, I'm stuck in a building. Apparently, I went faster than the world could process.
I definitely do not miss that bullshit. Oh, I forgot my ally favor. Still don't have enough to level up calculator bot. So close to leveling them up. I need to get this motherfucker to level 3 so I can start using Aquaman.
Often teamed up to the Dragons, and they're gonna try to run a game. I think they want me to run.
No, I did not know that. Didn't even think that was something he'd be into.
Send me a text and say we're gonna play some gun. Me and Pink are gonna be doing some Dungeons and Dragons over. See if you wanted to be a part of it. I was like, dude, I wanna just see the insanity of what you guys are about to do. Like, yes.
I wonder if he's one of those guys that played before he got in the military.
I believe he is.
Because that is interesting. Because I'm like, yeah, it's a little older, so he might have played 1.0 or advanced. So, that would make sense. I could see it.
Fight my way to you. Yes, they respawn.
That's makes sense. Are you in the Star Labs facility or are you in the Queen Bee area?
Star Labs.
I think you might be in the wrong spot because I don't see you in here.
You said, hold on. Let me get out of here.
It's specifically called Star Labs facility.
I am Star Labs research facility. I might not be in your
Phase?
Yeah, forgot that.
I don't even know if I don't know if you can.
Change your style and the style menu. Wait, what? Resurgence, mega capsule. Wait, no. Unknown phase error.
Yeah. That happened to me too. I tried to phase with you.
Going outside.
Alright, well let me finish this stuff up.
Yeah.
And then I'll just meet you. Yeah. I think there might be some kind of issue. That's fine. I'll just finish this up and then we'll link up from there.
Starlab's metahuman research arm superhero.
Grab these investigations and briefings real quick.
Go.
I hear, wait.
There we
Classified
go.
materials registry. An immature form of
Now we'll fight whoever we have to fight here.
Rage from here.
It's Superman.
So I've added some kryptonite to Starlab's defenses. When he gets here, I'll keep the Boy Scout occupied. You enable the kryptonite pulsars. He'll never know what hit him.
Your attack on Starlabs ends now, Lex. You don't own these
Man, look at that updated fucking Superman model. Holy shit, he looks good.
Quickly, Superman is weakening. Attack him while I recover.
He pulled the all-nighter. I might have been able to do it, depending on like if I could just keep myself from. If I wasn't too tired, I could probably pull it off, and I didn't have to worry about work or anything. But that'd have to be on a good day, and that'd have to be a real damn good game.
Don't have much time until the kryptonite field is purged. Defeat him now.
Sweet.
Draw.
Alright, I beat Soups.
You continue to be of value to me. Superman's been defeated.
Let me guess. You always wanted to be a criminal mastermind. Congrats. LexCorp will take the data and exobytes back to one of Lex's secure labs. As for you, plenty of jobs calling you.
Okay. Alright, let's see where you're at. Alright, see you on my map. Oh, you're doing a race? Alright, I got some exobytes. Sweet.
What? Oh god, this is horrible. I think I'm gonna be changing my movement style.
Yeah. You're using Speedster, right?
Yeah,
Well, it's hard to use, man. I ain't go front.
I missed something. What? Jump. Really? Ah,
Yeah, Speedster's a pain in the ass to use. I completely acknowledge that.
speedster. Pieces.
Yeah.
They got that feed already, but I also cheated to get that feed. And Lab will run it for me.
Nice. Okay, so let me go place my armory real quick so I can get this credit for this. Do I have any more space in the Batcave? Let me see. I think I used it all up.
This race.
Yeah, I did use it all up. That's right. Because I put the teleporter in the sparring target down here.
I'm sorry, where did you go?
I'm at my base. I have to place an armory for this quest real quick. So I'm just gonna do it real fast, and then I'm gonna get back to Metropolis. Do I not? Hold on. Oh, you can place the armor wherever the fuck you want. Oh, fuck! I'm gonna put it in the Batcave. Nice. thought it counted as a regular amenity. It was like, ah, shit, I gotta find a spot. But they're already all taken. So that's cool. That is actually great. Place it in the basement of my base. There we go. I've got some new mail, probably a collection thing. Wish I had some fucking source marks, or at least enough to. I have a little bit. I'm trying to unlock stuff on my generator. Still have some. I know the last time I logged on, I burned up the little bit I had. I just got 50 recently because I had purchased something. So, go ahead and imprint my build. There we go. It's just. Let's make it. There we go. Go to the generator and use it to equip your build. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's mainframe. Okay, generator should be down here. Oh, got that done. All right, so now I can use henchmen. Yay! I actually got some different henchmen to use. So the holiday event had henchman drops. So I have Yellow Lantern and Green Lantern henchmen. So that was pretty cool. Then I bought a Orange Lantern supply drop. That was one of the Fender upgrades. Yeah, that was cool. Ooh, this Lux Core sidekick can heal me. All right.
Skip the booster gold stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you still want to do them, you can, but you don't have to. I said you can still do them if you want to, but you don't have to.
To the holiday lately.
Kind of pointless.
I've never seen that place. It's almost like looking at your the mall that you used to go to back in the day.
Yeah, you don't even need to go there anymore. And there's so much shit there. Jesus.
I have 1,000 loyalty points.
Wow. That's a lot.
Gotham City Starter Pack? Is that the one that's got the deal?
That's got the the Batman and Joker trinket. So I'm gonna queue up the.
How have you been? All right. I'll cut the chumminess. I know we don't have much history together, but together we could make history.
Could you come to the House of Legends? Because I'm about to queue up the artifact mission.
I am on my map.
Hello there, mate. How have you been? All right. I'll cut the chumminess. I know we don't have much history together, but together we could make history. And speaking of history, I'm in the business of collecting things. Old things, new things, sometimes blue things, but most importantly, things with power. I got your attention. Good. Meet me at this secret location and
I have the Christmas stuff.
this little arrangement.
You should have that mission if you haven't done it. You can go ahead and queue it up.
I see you skimming away.
Yes, sir. It should be under. It'll say instructional missions, artifacts.
Good work.
I don't see. Let me go ahead. Okay. House Uprising. City Justice Safeguard Curse. Seasons. Legion of Doom. Yeah, I don't have that mission. What you talking about?
Do you have any of the? Well, let's see if we can get you started on the House of Legends tour thing. Follow me? Because there should be a console here that you can activate. You can do the tour, and that'll open up all the House of Legends stuff. Is it activating?
I think so. Shows profile. And now let me see if I House of Legends. I might have done it already. I'll follow you, and I'll just keep doing what you're doing, and
All right. I was trying to see like if you need to actually. I can't share the mission with you. I've been trying to see if I can, but it's not a choice anymore. Okay, you've already completed Call of the Wild. All right. So you've already done the story mission I did, which makes sense. You're 28. Can you see this warp?
Yeah.
Okay. Shit, you might have already done this. Do you have any artifacts equipped? You can't come in. Try to come in now. Really? Huh. Do you already have artifacts on it?
I have artifacts.
The mission?
Yeah. I got artifacts on.
Oh, then you probably already did this then. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Alright, this shouldn't take very long.
I was starting to think you weren't interested in power beyond your wildest dreams.
The Oblivion Bar. The first multi-side hub area.
There you go.
I remember people telling me about this, and I was like, dude, I've never been there. What?
Got a lead on a few
Yeah, man, villains and heroes appear.
We're going to hell. I mean, why save it for last? Let's just jump right in, eh, mate? I'm pretty sure they're keeping my seat warm. Let's go.
Yeah, of course, Constantine's fucking running his mouth. Oh, let's go to hell, buddy. What? Yeah, we're gonna go right into that. Yeah, but yeah, man, I went for skimming on this guy since surfing. Felt like it felt right. I just wish I could get a lighter blue for the smoke
Oh yeah.
because it feels off. It's like a dark blue. Kind of want it to look like vapor. There's a white one, but I don't know how it looks.
We're after the rings of
Spend
Azar.
money on it.
Pretty little things, imbued with the souls of long past Azarathians.
Because I was like, well, I guess I could do white smoke, but I don't like necessarily like that. Accessory? Oh, base item. Oh, it's for the manor, right? It's fucking gigantic. It has to go in the back here. It's a ceiling base item, and yeah, it's huge. I looked at it too. I was wondering how big it was, and I looked. I was like, "Oh Jesus!" It's like the actual fucking Batwing that you would see like in the Batcave in the game.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna change my rules.
What are you gonna change?
Light speed. See if I can find
Oh, that item? It's in a House of Legend vendor. I'll say that. I don't remember which one. I want to say it's. Yeah.
I used to fell over to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go, and boom. Ooh, smile eye fair. That's what I'm talking about.
So much power. I will finish you off myself. Curse you! I will heal myself with your blood. No! All the magical energy will be lost!
Our next stop is the lovely suburb of Oa. In the old days, it would have been a real trick getting across the galaxy, but now old Johnny Boy's got Sector O on speed dial. Last one there's a duffer.
Okay.
The Guardians and their green lanterns are usually more the recycling type. They're not keen on outsiders digging into their gold.
All right.
such a fan of gallivanting across the universe, I picked a very special location for our next expedition. I don't want to spoil the surprise. That probably spoiled the surprise.
Fucking apocalypse. That shit's great.
Got it? Good. That's a thing of beauty.
I will knock that smirk right off your face and into the source wall.
Oh.
You want to take me on? Fine. Thanks, mate. I knew you'd come through.
Damn you.
Don't wait for me. Grab it now. Nice job. I thought things were going pear-shaped there for a minute. It's depleted. At best, it may have some residual energy. Well, I'm not leaving empty-handed, so let's grab it and get out of here before we draw the eye of Darkseid.
Okay.
If you're ever looking for something powerful that no one person should ever have, look no further than the United States government. They've got all sorts of dangerous things that could blow off your damn hand. Let's go get some. What do you say? I hope you grab two. I want one. Well, look what we have here. What you've got there is Dillasteel. The same silvery stuff that'll break your hand if you try to punch old Captain Atom on Major Force in the nose. If you get boxed a lot, this might be the one for you.
I don't know who you punks are, and I don't care. You mess with the Major, you get the Force! Ah!
Same thing, right?
every last artifact on my list. I'll just take these and go. What? I'm a right bastard, everyone knows that. Fine. Since you did so well, pick one. Artifacts hit a wall, mate. It needs the proper motivation to go on. What you need is a very special sort of item to help it break on through to...
Okay.
Your artifacts hit a wall, mate. It needs the proper motivation to go on. What you need is a very special sort of item to help it break on through to the other side. The best thing about artifacts is that they want to grow in power. They yearn for it, and they're always hungry. If you feed them the right things, it will make them stronger. The best fuel for these little beasties are things like sunstones from Krypton and ingots of nth metal from Thanagar.
Oh. Really?
Bloody heroes. Bloody villains. I think Brainiac is doing us all a favor by thinning the herd.
Wow. Our devices. Yep, yep. Spectral Acolyte. Really? Okay. I might use that.
stranger's a bit out of touch with reality, but he's okay. Think he predates humor, though. Bollocks! Do I look like your mum? What are you going on about?
Thanks for checking in, but I don't need your help. Not yet, at least.
The math behind this is complicated.
We serve the edicts of greater beings. You have excellent taste.
Okay. Okay.
Spacecraft. She's picked up by an organization that Keyes is working for. She landed within Mexican airspace and was picked up along with the spaceship she was in. She explains her story while being held unlawfully. Keyes looks over her impressive service record and wonders why she suddenly went AWOL. Isabel says she was taken, but specifically abducted. Agent Keyes believes she's made contact with an aggressive alien civilization, one whose culture is deeply saturated in the ritual hunting of other intelligent species. Isabel knows about the incident that occurred in Valverde when Dutch's team was attacked by a hunter. Agent Keyes says, "We already have the ship. We just want your story. After that, you can go home." But she's not sure if she can trust them. His response is that they are trying to stop these hunters, and by the look of the inventory in that ship she was in, she was also. Within the spacecraft, they found alien jawbones, thermal netting, predator armor, and a bolt action sniper rifle. Ballistics say that it's been fired a lot. As a way to make things a bit more fair, Keyes would give a little intel about his role in the situation. He's part of a task force directed by the United States government to assess and respond to a very real alien threat, one that attacked first and continues to do so with impunity. Isabel would ask how many have been on Earth, but Keyes is unable to share that type of classified information. Isabel assumes they just don't know exactly how many. But Keyes is aware that Isabel has killed one of these alien creatures, and he wants to know more, especially since she commandeered an alien spacecraft and successfully piloted it back to Earth. He's one of the few people on the planet that will believe her. He promises to do everything he can to take what she tells him and use it against these monsters. And so, she begins sharing her story. Moments before her abduction, she was on a mission. After this, she went into hiding, but refuses to elaborate on other details. However, she is able to describe being abducted. She had fallen asleep during the mission, and when she woke up, she was falling, like in a nightmare. It was a parachute insertion, like a halo jump. By the time she realized what was happening, the chute opened on its own. From that elevation, she was not able to recognize anything. To her, it was only a jungle. During the time of her abduction, she believes she was not on Earth. Upon landing within this jungle, she did a supply check on herself and began to recon the area. She assumed that she could be on Earth, maybe somewhere she's never been to. It soon became obvious that this was not Earth. The combination of flora was wrong. Too many species together that should have been, and others I could not identify at all. Not long after landing, she spotted an American mercenary, a Mexican cartel enforcer, and a Spetsnaz Special Forces soldier debriefing each other. She thinks they were all deployed to the planet at the same time. Over the course of a couple of hours, they found two American criminals, a Yakuza enforcer, and a member of a Sierra Leone RUF death squad. It didn't take long to see what they all had in common: killing. Because of the situation they were all in, they agreed to work together to find a way out of the jungle. There were no signs of civilization. This was not Earth. Over a short time, it became clear that they were being pursued, hunted by something. Some type of hunting animal was used to flush them out. After this encounter, they concluded that the planet they were on was a kind of preserve. They were brought there as prey. Out of the entire group, there were only two survivors, herself and the American mercenary Royce. During the comic book adaptation of the 2010 Predators movie, Isabel goes into more detail about the Guatemala incident in 1987. An American Spec Ops team went into the jungle. She read the debriefing report about it, which was classified. This creature hunted them. It was invisible in our spectrum. It was relentless, a killer, a true predator. She tells them about the time she went to Guatemala with her spotter, Archuleta. She was part of a mission to take down some nasty rebels. The report she read about the 1987 incident was hard to believe. She thought going to the jungle might give her some answers. She wanted to expand on her mission by searching for clues of what really happened there. The debriefing said the creature was beaten, but it killed itself with a powerful explosive. The bomb site proved the report had at least some basis in fact. She never mentioned to her partner Archuleta how she felt she was being watched, how the jungle kept talking to her. Archuleta thought she was just crazy, but things got worse when her partner got captured. It was all her fault. She never should have sent him off the mission to look for invisible things. While she was looking for aliens, she forgot about the other horrors around her. With about 20 enemy soldiers around Archuleta, she could have taken down a few of them, but she might not make it out alive. All she could do is watch as her partner was killed by the soldiers who captured him. His death was on her. She carried that burden all this time. She says to Agent Keys, "Killing does not keep you alive. We infiltrate, complete the mission, and get out. We were trained to survive, not to butcher civilians." Earning the trust of Royce was difficult at first. He worked with them because he saw it was tactically advantageous. He saw the other members as disposable. When they were trying to identify the enemy, he used the other members as bait to lure out the enemy. Someone died. Even if nobody on that list was that trustworthy, Isabel knew Royce was the best chance she had of getting out alive. And she was right. They were the only two that survived this encounter. But they got injured. While they were hiding to recuperate, they grew close. She was hoping to return to Earth with Royce, if they had not marked him. The hunters saw Royce as some kind of champion. He killed a hunter, survived for so long. They must have thought he was worthy, so they gave him Predator armor. This is referring to the comic book sequel to Predators. The story continues with Royce and Isabel still trapped on the game preserve. They survive for a long time, but one night, a predator finds their campsite to drop off a package, then leaves. Royce is given predator armor to fight against a giant, four-armed predator. Isabel says that there were times Royce had spoken about how he secretly enjoyed hunting men, that it was dishonest to think otherwise. This is somewhat linked to the prequel comic book story of Royce's mission in Africa. His backstory shows that he was hired to take out specific targets for the right price. He's not there to rescue people, he's just there to eliminate a target and get paid. When the predators gave him that armor, it was like the gods telling him he was right all along. That's when I lost him. Royce would then use the armor's cloak to find a landing site. He took Isabel to it, and there was some kind of dropship and a smaller skiff. She thought they would both take the skiff, but Royce said he wanted to meet them, face to face. I argued with him, pleaded but there was no point. Whatever connection he had to humanity, to me, died in the jungle. His ship disappeared into the clouds, and I was alone. The last thing Agent Keyes wants to know is how Isabel was able to pilot an alien spacecraft back to Earth. She says that before Royce left, he was able to unlock and ready both ships using a computer on his armor. I don't know if he could have done more, or if he just didn't care to, but in responding to me as though I were one of the hunters, everything was in their language. Because she was trained in naval navigation, some things made sense out of practicality, and others I figured out through trial and error. Time was difficult to judge there, but I slept several times as I worked it out. There were so many controls with images and holograms. She even assumes the hunters are not that smart. They saw so many of them, but there were no engineers or techs. No one ever performed maintenance. If something broke, they would just abandon it. She thinks it all works for them, but they don't know how it works. Agent Key says that's been a running theory about these hunters. Isabel was going through a planetary directory for hours until she found Earth. She grabbed her supplies and started pushing buttons in the directory until the ship rumbled, and then she sat down and prayed. She fell asleep soundly for the first time in a long time. When she woke up, there was Earth, huge and blue. The ship wanted a landing zone, but I could not read the locations, so I chose at random. Before they finished the conversation, the OWL thanks Isabel for her assistance, and he gives her his card in case she wants to help out again. She says she'll think about it, and says, "Goodbye, Agent Keyes." And that's the closure to the story of Isabel. I like how the lore was connected to the comic book sequel. Even if Royce is out there looking to meet predators, we don't know what happened during this journey of his. Maybe we'll find out, or maybe this will remain a mystery. The end. If you want to see the video about Royce getting Predator armor, I covered that comic book story. It's a sequel to the Predator movie from 2010. And if you want to see Royce's early story from when he went to Africa, I'm going to leave links to those two videos, so check them out if you want to know more. So that's it for this story. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like on the video. And to see more content like this, subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much for watching. This is Carlos for Acid Glow, and I will see you next time.
Good intentions were not enough to win the greatest war against humanity. A war waged against our very existence.
Okay.
This is Lucius Fox. Wayne Tech's newest line of chronometers guarantees accurate timekeeping, even in the deepest pressures of space. Wayne Tech. Solutions through technology.
Jesus, man.
This is the police!
Okay.
Agamemno Contingency. File code name Polymer. Plastic Man. A unique opponent. Every molecule of his body is under his command, and he can make himself into anything he imagines. We're lucky that he's on our side, and that he's more concerned with being comic relief than
This
anything else.
is the original Wayne Enterprises building. The company was founded in the 17th century, and the construction of this building in the 1800s marked the beginning of the, beginning for the world's largest multinational conglomerates. Many people in the East End have Wayne Enterprises to thank for improving their lives. There are places in Gotham's East End where even Booster Gold fears to tread because they're creepy and dangerous. Worst is Crime Alley. Once an upper-class area known as Park Row, Crime Alley got its name for the murder of Thomas and Martha Wayne, two of Gotham's most prominent philanthropists. Their deaths marked Gotham's slide into tragedy and despair.
Figured that was the case. I was like, something must happen.
Founded by Dr. Leslie Tompkins, the East End Free Clinic offers health care to anyone who seeks it, including known criminals. It operates under a strict no-violence policy, respected by even...
Experiment 79. Like Ichabod fleeing the Headless Horseman, mediated thought is replaced with a stream of hysteria.
Oh, it's fucking glare. There we go. So annoying. Alright.
There's small choice in rotten apples. With Captain Boomerang, the apple did not fall far from the tree. Both father and son have donned this guise, and both are on display.
What's up everyone, Acid Glow here. So I'm back with another Predator lore video compilation. This video is 1 hour long with a bunch of topics covering the video game Predator Hunting Grounds. Over the past year, I covered this game regarding the storyline and how it connects to other stories. I'm going to leave timestamps in the video description and also the comments section. This way, you can skip to a topic you haven't seen yet. The purpose of these longer videos is to have multiple stories in one section. As I covered this franchise for a few years, some new subscribers may have missed some of the older videos, so check out the timestamps if you need to, and leave a like rating if you want to see more longer videos like this. What happened after the Predator movie in 2018? Was there a sequel or did the story end there? If you haven't seen the movie, then here's a recap of the events. A single predator who went rogue traveled to Earth while carrying some stolen technology, possibly from another or previous tribe. The item he had was of great importance to the other group who lost it, so they sent out a brand new predator to hunt down the fugitive. Its ship was damaged while trying to escape from another predator vessel. By using a wormhole, it escaped and crash landed on Earth. He would interrupt a mission by a special American team, and only one survivor made it out. During their short battle, Quinn McKenna wounded the fugitive and took some of his technology. He had it shipped back home for safekeeping. Another task force named Project Stargazer, which focuses on acquiring live Yautra for research, does in fact find the body of the fugitive. Its body is then taken back to be studied. Meanwhile, the assassin predator, also known as the Hybrid or the Ultimate Predator, makes it to Earth and begins his search. He eliminates the traitor about halfway through the movie and continues his search for the stolen cargo. The Hybrid was created by taking the DNA of other strong life forms that they hunted. This gave the Hybrid incredible strength, agility, and technology that was grafted into its body. Its skin would form into an exoskeleton that acted as body armor. It showed to use a different type of vision mode for tracking prey. These abilities made it similar to a cyborg. A final battle occurs in the end, but the Hybrid is defeated, and the stolen cargo is revealed to be a new type of nanotechnology. It forms body armor and has enhanced weaponry. This is simply called the Predator Killer. So the movie ends, and what next? Well, part of the story is continued in the new video game Predator Hunting Grounds. While the game is mostly based off multiplayer at the time of this recording, it still does have some lore connected to the Predator movie in 2018. It says here that Stargazer was a former independent government contractor turned rogue international arms dealer. After the Stargazer incident in 2018, the entire program was shut down due to the massive security breach. OWLF reclaimed its place, while bitter ex-agents of Stargazer stole intel and technology gathered on Predators to form a black market arms manufacturer. The Stargazer group would hire elite private military contractors. They were to keep the guerrilla encampments functional and ready to respond in case there was a predator sighting nearby. You would also come across various groups of contracted mercenaries in the jungle. These groups would generate chaos on behalf of Stargazer. Countries with hot climates and destroyed by war is the perfect hunting ground. Stargazer was intentionally cultivating a spot that would lure a predator. If we look back in the first Predator movie, a similar setting was seen. Various rebel and guerrilla groups were included. When they made contact with Dutch's team, a huge gunfight occurred, which led to that Predator hunting down the survivors because they would make fine trophies for his collection. Now, in Predator 2, the story took place in Los Angeles, a city full of heat and conflict. The vast amount of crime, gangs, and gun wars would create another type of jungle. It was filled with plenty of prey for a predator. The story of Predator 2 also included a top secret program called the OWLF, which stood for Otherworldly Lifeforms Program. It was led by Agent Peter Keyes. He used the cover of being part of the DEA to fool the police force. His team had knowledge of the Predator that fought against Dutch in Central America. Most of the team was wiped out by the city hunter in the meat factory. Lieutenant Harrigan would defeat this predator only to find other hunters amongst him. They would later leave Earth in their ship, with Harrigan surviving the encounter. The program was shut down and replaced with Stargazer. They were given the task of hunting down predators up until 2018. Now, after the events in the Predator movie in 2018, Stargazer was shut down and replaced with the original OWLF team. This was the group from Predator 2. This is because Stargazer was not able to handle the situation, which led to a massive security breach. So, what happened to Stargazer after this? Well, they turned into a black market arms manufacturer. While they were still interested in hunting down predators and studying their technology, they were no longer under the watchful eye of that government. After the Stargazer incident, numerous scientific discoveries were made. The team had recovered metal shards from the blast site ore technology left behind. By combining raw iron ore with metal used in Predator armor and weaponry, they created Veritanium. While they could not duplicate the components of the Predator armor, they decided to merge them together, creating a hybrid material. What made Veritanium so unique was that it enhanced the strength in steel, like its formability, durability, tensile, and yield strength, all while avoiding its previous limitations. It wasn't long until other governments, agencies, and corporations were racing to get a hold of as much Veritanium as they could. According to Predator history and lore about their culture, it is forbidden for other species to claim the technology of the Yautja species. This is why all hunters are fitted with self-destruct devices to avoid capture or if they are unable to fight back. That's probably why these predators are in the game, hunting those who took their technology. So that covers what happened after the Predator movie in 2018. I didn't expect this new game to have a story tied into it, but it's a welcome addition to the lore of the Predator universe. What's up, everyone? So we have some more lore on the Yautja species, but this time it's regarding the audio recordings found in Predator Hunting Grounds. My previous lore video around this game had me going over the main story of the game. While there is no actual story mode, the game did have a reason for the predators being in this jungle. The lore I covered in the other video tells us that the timeline of Predator Hunting Grounds takes place right after the last Predator movie in 2018. The audio recordings in the game give us more backstory. The voice you hear is from Special Agent Sean Keyes, the son of Agent Peter Keyes from the Predator 2 film. These audio recordings give us a lot of lore that answers a bunch of questions. For example, what happened to Dutch after Predator? I covered this topic in 2 previous videos, but now we have more information. Also, what happened to the gear and weapons the city hunter left behind in the movie Predator 2, like his shoulder cannon, biomask, combat stick, and wrist computer? We can finally get a clear picture of how the story unfolded with various characters. I'm going to read out each audio log. There's a lot to go over, so let's get started. This is Special Agent Sean Keyes, Regional Director of the Otherworldly Lifeform Task Force. The date is February 23rd, 1996. After accepting this position, the team felt it would be a good idea to start recording my general thoughts for prosperity. So few people have been exposed to the kind of things I'll be seeing. And to be honest, I'm not sure if that's exciting or terrifying. Regardless, now that I've been fully debriefed, I can get to work investigating this fascinating species. Director Peter Keyes, my father, was part of the OWLF in 1987, when first contact was made with the Predator by a team of highly trained Special Forces soldiers in South America. The Predator was disabled by the last surviving member of the team, triggering a powerful self-destruct mechanism. My father and his team interviewed the survivor extensively, while an OWLF survey team combed the blast area for any evidence. Besides some additional information on the species from the survivor, the team barely found anything to recover. It's been nearly 10 years since first contact, but I hold out hope that this is a sign of things to come. December 3rd, 1996. Things have been moving slowly. I knew this would be difficult. There's finding a needle in a haystack, and then there's finding a needle in 20 haystacks. I spent most of my time sitting through hundreds of documents and countless data entries, trying to understand the predators, a name my father apparently gave them. After the OWLF made contact with the survivor of the Valverde encounter, Alan Schaefer, they received a wealth of knowledge that helped define how these creatures operate, luring and stalking prey, skinning them, and making trophies of their bones. These are the hallmarks of a sports hunter, not a simple carnivore. Furthermore, when Schaefer was completely disarmed, the predator removed its own weapons, suggesting a cultural system of honor. After this first encounter, things started to fall into place. Small details and past stories yielded more data in retrospect. From these notes, it looks like we've had multiple documented encounters over the past few years, but nothing that yielded more stories and other anecdotal evidence. This part in the audio logs seems to match what you will find in the novel of Predator 2. The novels usually expand on smaller details that are left out in the film version. In one part of the story, the novel does say that Peter Keyes interviewed Dutch later on. February 12, 1997. The team here has spent the last few years working on countermeasures and other methods for hunting these hunters. If we can get the jump on one of these bastards and catch it alive, the world would change forever. It's strange that nothing has ever been recovered from a predator encounter. No body, limb, or even a finger has ever been found. Although this isn't surprising. The predator is perfectly designed for covert hunting. We can't see it because it employs advanced light-bending technology that renders it effectively invisible. However, it can see us perfectly through active infrared scanning. We're betrayed by our own natural body heat. Fortunately, the infrared isn't too advanced. Dutch Schaefer was able to evade the predator's sight by covering himself in cool mud. This led the team to develop a bodysuit that similarly masks the wearer's infrared signature. We're still working on ways to counteract the cloaking system, but recent efforts have been encouraging. July 2nd, 1997. It's happening. We've gotten word that a crime scene in Los Angeles reportedly contains hanged, skinned bodies. LA is experiencing a record heat wave, which correlates with data suggesting ambient heat is a factor when predators choose their hunting grounds. I'm convinced we're experiencing a new encounter. The field team boarded a plane hours ago and should be on site before the end of the day. To maintain secrecy, my father and other OWLF agents are going undercover as DEA agents investigating drug trafficking in Los Angeles. Our intent is to capture the city hunter alive. With this goal in mind, we've outfitted the team with infrared suits, nitrogen-based freezing mechanisms, and a broad surveillance package to monitor as much of the city as we can. I shouldn't get my hopes up. This could still be some kind of run-of-the-mill homicidal maniac, but I wouldn't put money on it. Until our team receives confirmation, we're holding back to prep the lab for receiving. The next few days should be interesting. July 8th, 1997. I just received positive confirmation from the LA team that there is an active predator, and its hunting ground is downtown Los Angeles. I still haven't fully processed that this is actually happening, but I need to and fast. The surveillance team has been tracking its movements, developing a consistent pattern on how the alien hunts. The rest of the team has set up a trap at the slaughterhouse in the warehouse district where the predator has been feeding. A helpful bit of information that confirms the hunting is solely for sport and not nutrition. The plan is to deploy countermeasures, then covertly assault the predator using the heat dampening suits. It's a risky gambit, but with such a limited timetable, we have to take any opportunity we can. I think it's best that we head to LA and establish a mobile lab so we can be ready the second the predator is captured. If this goes to plan, we'll be involved in one of the most momentous moments in human history. July 10th, 1997. It's been several days now since the LA encounter. The director of the OWLF, Peter Jacob Keyes, my father, was killed in the line of duty, attempting to capture the predator codenamed City Hunter. I was in Los Angeles that night, prepping the mobile lab for the capture, only to receive a panicked message from a survivor of the raid. The City Hunter was more prepared than we thought. It managed to kill most of the team inside the slaughterhouse, including my father. It's a dark day for the OWLF. We failed to give mankind proof we're not alone in the universe, while simultaneously letting a threat to our species slip through our grasp. But we have to move forward. While we captured the City Hunter, we collected an impressive amount of data on it, most significantly an account from Detective Lieutenant Michael Harrigan, who supposedly killed the City Hunter with one of its own weapons. In his statement, he reported that shortly after the City Hunter expired, a host of older aliens appeared. They spared Harrigan, allowing him to leave, taking the City Hunter's body with them.
Yo.
Sorry about that.
Nah, you all good?
Yeah, that phone call took a lot longer than I anticipated.
Nah, it's all good. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm out in Metropolis. Fighting some bad guy.
I did change my movement, and I did change my look a little bit.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm a lot more comfortable. God, I wish I was comfortable enough to use Sinister like that, but nah, that's too much.
Yeah, I know it took a while to get used to when I first started playing, but it was the first moving type I picked, so I went right into it.
I'm switching up characters just because I need to make a new character in this show.
Okay.
So I'm skimming now.
Oh, you picked skimming, eh?
Yeah. It's gonna do flying, but like, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna maybe static shock it a little bit, and I'm not gonna look like I'm speaker about 500 static shocks out and about.
Oh yeah. I haven't really been paying attention to the other characters. So I don't even know like what's popular as far as looks anymore. The few characters I've seen have been fairly original. No, nothing like where people are like copying somebody or something.
It's weird because my character's movement basically like looks like
Centennial Park hedge gardens lend a sense of order and tranquility to the park.
Frozo?
Complex hedge maze, the hedge gardens were simplified to their current configuration after too many citizens were unable to.
That's cool. I know, like, what did I do with mine? So I know on this guy, I did the vapor. So I wanted to look like, you know, like water moving.
I got the fractal skin.
Jesus.
Smoke going on about my aura, and I actually have the light smoke movement.
Nice.
Security breach detected.
So I like to keep the 25th analyze technologies from the 25th.
Okay. Yeah, my idea was basically like, oh, I can control the water molecules in the air. And then it lets me fly. As much sense as I can make it. You gotta come up with little stuff.
Right. I was talking to Kitty.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Oh, I went inside the nightclub real quick. Hold on. I was doing one of the booster gold missions. I wanted to finish it up real quick.
Oh, yeah, no.
It just happened to lead me to exactly where I needed to go for an actual mission. So.
Next time you visit the park, remember to enjoy a refreshing soda.
Midtown nightclub, and I'm about to head right back out to Metropolis to go to this park.
His plan to devolve humanity is absurd, of course.
Da, 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 da.
This is Lex Luthor. Gorilla Grodd is a member of good standing in the
Okay.
society, which is why I'm humoring him in this endeavor. His plan to devolve humanity is absurd, of course. We can still turn the situation to our advantage.
Okay, we're already in the same phase. Good stuff. All right, I'm heading back to.
Metropolis is really more of a LexCorp kind of town.
I'm heading back to Centennial Park. Can you see that waypoint that I put?
I do not.
Okay. I just wanted to see. I don't think you can ping anymore. Your position? At least I don't remember how. Let me see. Oh, never mind. There it is. Okay. I just forgot how to use the ping. I was like, how the fuck do you use the ping? I don't remember. You have to press R3 for that. So. Alright.
Picking up side mission stuff.
Yeah, I'm just gotta finish this up. And... Oh man, okay. See ya. Looking pretty dope. Yeah, I don't have any real like styles on like purchased. So
Yeah,
almost to. So what artifacts do you have on? Anything really cool?
I got that's a good question. I don't know what.
Yeah, I know.
Just do whatever I had at the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got. Yeah, well, one of them technically isn't a healer based one. But it can. It's one of the ones that changes how a power works. And so I got the one that it alters the word of power supercharge.
Oh, okay.
And so basically, like when you activate it, you'll get like some bonus effects, and you'll get like a special loadout. Of course, you got to unlock the power up for it first, so you gotta level it up so I can get to that ability. But when I do, and then that's another thing, word of power works different now. Now it's not just a buff. It has power interactions with the different roles. So it's not like completely useless for other roles. Now, like
the fact that they have trolls now power themselves a little bit.
Yeah, they basically all the basic troller powers always gives power over time. It's very useful. I was like, fucking finally, Jesus. I have to be like struggling trying to restore my own power.
Security breach detected.
There we go. Mission completed.
Grodd's goal is to reclaim the planet for the apes by devolving them all to primal states. I was going to reclaim it for the couch potatoes, but I just never got around to making the device.
Grodd and his forces are planning their attack on Star Labs to regain his.
Alright, heading to Star Labs.
Hoping for a backup of a primal.
You see if you can share that mission.
Grodd has a commander
Okay.
who will give you what you need to make Star Labs go ape.
Nope. It basically it says you've already completed Star Labs Goes Ape.
Oh. Okay.
Our attack leveled not just the star transports carrying Grodd's tech, but others as well. Here is the pillage the remains and technology. All hail Grodd. Now get out of my sight, human.
That device is hacked out of the last of Grodd's technology from Gorilla Island.
Right.
Ultra Humanite tried to take over the island. Grodd's had to improvise. Enjoy it while it works.
This must not fall into the wrong hands. Use the car as cover if you can. What's that? What are you going to do to me? You're just another of Grodd's mindless slaves. Anything but that. No, good afternoon. Please. I am Tombot. I was created on a workbench in the Hall of Doom by DETO Laura. You have heard of it, right? No, please. I have 2 degrees.
Oh no, please, I have 2 degrees. Don't turn me into a gorilla.
I'll give you anything. Just stay away. Why must you do this? It hurts so bad.
Water and electricity. What a great combination.
Grodd's gift compels me.
I just wish there was a water style for the weapons.
I think there is. No, it's not. It's what did I do? I think I was using ice.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but I was like, I didn't want to do that because I don't like how the ice looks. So instead, I'm using the blue energy for the blue lantern. I'm like, oh, this works. It's not like blue lantern is a power you can get. So. But speaking of the artifacts, there is one that you can get, right? That because there's a bunch of them that alter powers, right? One of them is for heat vision, and so it changes its damage and changes how it looks. So instead of shooting red beams out, you shoot blue beams. Looks really cool. And basically, it's like superheated heat vision. It's called the Solar Amplifier. I actually have it on one of my characters on PC. So it's kind of cool. The power alterations you can get with artifacts. Okay, let you do some cool stuff. The ones you have set, because electricity does have some stuff that can heal. That's one of the really cool things about electricity. Being able to heal yourself. It's fucking crazy. I remember, electricity is a controller, right? Or is it a healer? It might be a healing.
I can't tell my outcome. It's a healer.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, thought so.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I mean, I could switch out, but damn it, we've wasted so much time already.
Nah, go ahead and play it. Play your character, dude. You can just run DPS, it's fine.
I'll give you anything. Just stay away, please. Notifying base.
Nah, bro. You guys gotta turn into monkeys.
What's that? Why must you do this? What are you going to do to me? It hurts so bad.
Racism. Gotta turn you into monkeys.
Keep them away while I set the self-destruct. You're just another of Grodd's mindless slaves. No,
I was hand blasted on this character because I figured, water, shooting blasts of water, and then I was like, I don't like how hand blasters works in combat.
It's like a one target thing and it streams for so long.
I mean, it's useful, like especially for building power, but I like something a little bit more active, you know.
Yeah.
So I ended up switching to shield. I was like, I still want range, but I need something that's a little bit more involved. I was gonna go bow, but I was like, nah, I don't want to go bow. I still want to stay.
Work on exobytes with Superman. You'd think they'd be prepared for things like an angry ape invasion.
Grodd is in position inside, but he needs a distraction
Okay.
to keep Star Forces busy out here.
Okay, yeah.
I suggest you destroy Star Labs' nullifying devices and activate the confiscated devolution technology scattered
Okay.
Grodd's
Yeah, shield is 3 hold triangles and then a 4th one for a pistol shot, which is pretty, it's pretty useful because they're all the holds, so it's like they'll break blocks and shit. So. It's all Joker out. So. There we go. There we go, Joker. There we go. Do you have the weapon mastery learned? Because you got to learn the mastery on both of the weapons.
Initiating self-destruct.
My weapon
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Makes sense.
Not that close.
Well, did you do any resets or anything recently? Oh, you moved your movement type. That's right. That's why I reset. Because you can get skill points from movement.
Only a select group was chosen to participate in the TalkBot program. Don't you feel special? Hey everybody, this guy is special.
Fucking T.O. Morrow bot always talking shit. Oh man, I would really wish I would have pre-ordered this game back in the day. Damn, I would have loved to have a fucking Batman and Joker fucking trinket, man. Those things are so fucking good. Have you ever played with anybody who had those? The Batman bot and the Joker Flying Dutchman? Have you ever played it with anyone? So one of the guilds I was in, our guild leader had pre-ordered the game, and so he had them. And dude, Flying Dutchman is so good. It's strong as hell because it's scaled with your character, and it's like damn near fucking almost as strong as you. It has like, you know how the normal trinkets aren't really that powerful? They're really just kind of there to draw aggro. But like legit, these things are strong as hell because the way their stats scale. So like, I remember him telling me, he's like, I've gotten into duels with people and just let the Dutchman kill people. Like if they're not geared right, you absolutely can kill a fucking another player with that pet. And then you know how the pets only stay out for like a minute? The fucking the Dutchman and the Bat bot stay out for like 5. So they stay out for a long ass time, dude. They're, oh my goodness, so powerful.
Other dimensions do exist.
And I was laughing because I remember talking to him about it, and I was like, dude, because they've buffed and nerfed the fucking pets and stuff. And I remember asking him, like, have you ever been affected by any of the buffs or nerfs? He's like, no, I haven't really touched these. I was like, well, I guess that makes sense. Only a certain number of people have those. They're super limited.
Heads up. The JLA has called in the Flash. Both of the Flashes. The new one and the original. Ready to think?
The Flash and all other speedsters are powered by the Speed Force, an extra-dimensional energy plane.
Alright, we're about to go inside. Yay!
I never understood it myself, but it packs a punch. And with both flashes there, expect a high-speed throwdown.
Yeah.
The JLA has called in the Flash. Both of the Flashes. The new one and the original. Ready to think fast? I thought so. Head inside.
I thought I could do the side missions and
No, you can't. I know, because you can use the replay badges to replay the side missions. Yeah. You can queue them. You can like talk to the person and the pop up, but it won't just let you redo it. Just out. I got a quick question. How long did it take you guys to buy the League Hall when you guys were working on it?
One minor hitch.
Because I know it costs a lot.
About to let any human help him with his equipment. I'm sure you won't mind giving in to your primal instincts for a bit. Simply push a button.
3 hours in a day.
Purely temporary.
Oh,
I would say let's use the one that I gave back to Mr. Cal.
Oh, that's cool. But I have a leak, so yeah. I just need to raise up the amount for the leak hole thing. Okay, I remember there was a secret mission here. I forgot if it's run it as transformed or run it non-transformed.
You stay back. Not you. So I'll activate.
Stand by for the next stage of your evolution.
Classic game missions.
I don't know if I just kept changing that. Looks like I did.
Buddy. Alright.
Have you been studying dance boxing at the University of Metropolis Online? I'm hit!
Guerrilla technicians report. The Transmat Pen will play a vital role in General Grodd's conquest.
This can't be happening. Don't let gravity hold you down, chum!
If Grodd sent you, it's time for me to go.
We need backup. This isn't one of Grodd's usual monkeys. 3D is nothing. I've got all 4Ds. Fall back. Fall back. We need a bigger gun. Grodd's mindless slaves. There's something different about this monkey. What has Grodd done now? Different about this monkey. Make me do this. You're just another of Grodd's mindless slaves. This can't be happening.
Grodd says to let you handle this. Pound them for Grodd.
I'm hit. I'm hit. We need backup. This isn't one of Grodd's usual monkeys. I'm hit.
Yes, sir.
If Grodd sent you, it's time for me to go.
Fall back. We need a bigger gun.
state.
Let's get it done. The end of the line.
Quickly! The Flash and his fool mentor will be here in seconds.
Okay.
This devolver will transform one of them into an ape, allowing me to bend his will with my powers.
Not so fast, Grodd. You've threatened humanity for the last time. The Speed Force just got an upgrade.
Insolent human, I will pulverize you both. Feel the wrath of Grodd. Activate the devolver. It will turn one of these speedsters into my slave.
Have to break Grodd's hold.
Summer? I can't even hear you, bro. You're breaking up.
I will try to help.
Alright. Alright, you good.
Idiot humans! You destroy what you do not understand!
Alright.
Guerrilla technician report. You can't hold me. Crush the inferior humans from above. Now, leave me. My new plaything should keep me amused for some time.
Faster than... Have to escape. Have to stop you. Don't think you've won yet.
Jesus, dude.
Get out and stop.
My boy, man. Ah.
You know, if I were Grodd, I'd be careful with that broadcast equipment if Star was, monkeying around with it. Who knows how they might have tampered with it.
So, Grodd retrieved his technology. Good. I'm sure he'll be suitably thankful. As for Star Labs, what a shame they'll need to rebuild instead of focusing on their exobyte research. I'm sure LexCorp can pick up the slack. A job well done. Luther out.
Alright. Be right back, folks. Oh, man. Holy crap. Oh boy.
Now that Grodd has regained his broadcast technology, soon all of Metropolis will serve his whim. We will be sure to devolve you first, as a reward for your service. Weak human. I have no business with you.
Never heard of Eclipso? His black diamond can turn even the sweetest soul to evil. And now Circe wants to set him free. Felix Faust in the safe house has more.
Well, I can't do Cursed Gotham yet. Game.
They launched their spaceship.
What the fuck?
The hunter's body with them. They launched their spaceship into the night sky. We retraced Harrigan's steps based on his testimony. While battling the city hunter must have had its share of collateral damage. There was little evidence that could be differentiated from the normal gang violence found in Los Angeles. However, in a rather nondescript alley, we did find something that, while not worth the price we paid, will pave the way to making our sacrifices not in vain. It was blood. The undeniably extraterrestrial, bioluminescent green blood of the predator. This itself was a remarkable find, but at the end of the blood trail was the city hunter's arm. I immediately ordered for the alley to be quarantined should someone wander into the fire, but it was too late. Someone was already there. I tried to warn the stranger off with our cover story, but just not inside the shadows. I reached for my sidebar, but then the stranger lit a cigar. In the sudden blue of light, I recognized the face of nature, Alan Yacht Schaefer. He was older, thinner than the photos we had of him. It was him. OWL agents swarmed the alley, but Dutch could not resist. Did he need to get caught, or did he want the city to get affected? Hard to say. The last known whereabouts of Major Schaefer were in the OWLF custody, shortly after having been interviewed by my father, Special Agent Peter Keyes. This was shortly after the Valverde incident. The last time I heard of Dutch was when he vanished from OWLF custody, after my father had questioned him concerning the events at Valverde. But here he was, in the same place as another predator attack. In the debriefing, he tells me everything. I was good friends with my father, and how he had been unofficially let go to help hunt them and find these creatures. They have secretly been keeping tabs with each other over the years, sharing discoveries and leads to different predator encounters in attempts to stop this threat. After seeing the signs, he too showed up in LA to help track down this city hunter, but limited resources kept him from getting here in time to do anything. The part where it says Dutch vanished from OWLF custody somewhat matches the novel of Predator 2. After Peter Keyes interviewed Dutch about the jungle hunter in Valverde, the novel says Dutch remained in the hospital to recover, but he broke out and disappeared. Peter Keyes was sure Dutch would return someday. Now we learned that Dutch was just hiding and secretly working with Peter Keyes to hunt down more predators. July 11th, 1997. Dutch has been surprisingly helpful to our efforts. He knew my father and was sympathetic about his death. He's offered to help us in exchange for funding and team. Dutch would be our on-site agent for any alien incursion. When he says he knows them,
This is a good year for me. Ironic facial hair is
If
in.
Dutch could start bring back bodies, technology, or even just first-hand accounts, we could make huge advancements. Before he left, Dutch brought out what I had seen briefly in the alley, a collapsible spear. The same one the city hunter used against American. He wanted to keep it as his down payment.
Congratulations.
While
You are
advanced,
such a
the spear
nerd.
was relatively rudimentary. I was reluctant to let it go, but it seemed like a good faith investment. Though, I doubt I could have stopped him anyway. The good news is that Dutch gave us a fully functioning alien helmet. Easily the better part of the bargain. Besides, the wealth of knowledge the helmet and arm would bring us would alone change the course of history. My father's passing has been difficult, but everything was finally coming together. It seems now that both Dutch and I are in this together, which makes for a strange kind of closure. September 21st, 1997. My father's associate and close friend, Agent Adam Garber, has been chosen to head up the OWLF operations, but has chosen me to help him directly with research and operational efforts. We managed to secure a massive extension to our funding after we presented the helmet and severed Predator arm. After discussing it with Garber, I convinced him to keep Dutch and his crew off the record as much as possible. Dutch can do so much more working alongside us than he ever could working for us officially. Appropriated funds for Dutch and his team have been marked as cleaning services. Studying the arm has revealed so much about Predator physiology, and we are just now scratching the surface of what this helmet can do. There's also a damaged computer still attached to the wrist, which must have been destroyed by whatever severed the arm. It will be a slow process deconstructing, analyzing, and reverse engineering alien technology. But every discovery will be monumental as we learn more and more from a species so much more advanced than our own. December 1st, 1997. We ran extensive genetic tests on the arm, the results of which could lead to huge medical breakthroughs. It also gives us clues to the atmospheric makeup of their homeworld and how viable it would be to sustain human life, should we ever find a way to get there. Judging by the elasticity of the skin, we're thinking the city hunter was a juvenile of the species. This would line up with Detective Harrigan's account of the alley encounter. With that in mind, one could theorize that its hunt had been an initiation into adulthood. Carbon dating of the bone structure puts the city hunter's age at a minimum of 300 years, which draws into question the lifespan of a predator. If our assumptions are correct, we could be talking upwards to 1,000 years, possibly more. The mask is likely a mundane, utilitarian item to the predator, but the technology involved is staggering. Aside from the respirator functions, the visor built into the mask is capable of displaying multiple visual frequencies. This explains how the city hunter found and killed the OWLF team in the slaughterhouse. We assumed they only had access to infrared, but we were clearly wrong. What still confuses me is how with such extraordinary technology, the predators express a seemingly tribal culture. They have such a strong focus on honor, trophies, and worthy opponents, things we left behind as our own species has developed. Is it possible that these technological advances were not developed by the predator species, but instead taken from another? So that ends the first part of this video. We got to cover events from the first and second Predator movie. We now have a much more clear understanding of what happened to Dutch, and who found the technology left behind by the city hunter in the second movie. Welcome back, everyone. So this is part 2 of the lore within Predator Hunting Grounds. If you saw the previous video, we went over the first 10 audio logs that are collectible in the game, each one giving us a backstory after the events of the first Predator movie and leading into Predator 2. Now, with Dutch returning to the story, he teams up with Sean Keyes to unravel the mystery of the hunters we know as Predators. This video will cover the audio logs from number 11 to number 20. If you want to hear the story from number 1 through number 10, then check out the previous video. So let's continue and find out what happens to Dutch from here. March 12th, 1998. We've had our first strong lead since the LA encounter. At 2 a.m., a Special Forces group in Cambodia went MIA. The OWLF was alerted about the missing soldiers. When skinned bodies are flagged in an update to military intelligence, we dispatched Dutch and his crew to the location within hours. Our research suggests that the predator hunting grounds are active for roughly a week. Then we assume they return to their homeworld. What's worrying is that our rate of detection seems to be escalating. They could be sending more predators. This is exciting, but also worrying. If the number of predator events is increasing, we will inevitably cross a threshold where there are too many to handle. Dutch's team is highly effective at dealing with the menace as it is now. But unless we develop an advantage, humanity is not prepared to face a predator invasion. March 19th, 1999. Dutch's team managed to secure an intact piece of the predator weaponry. They tracked and killed the predator while somehow snagging its shoulder cannon before a group of elders showed up for the body, exactly as it happened in LA. The elders either did not know or did not care that Dutch stole the gun, but goddamn, I'm glad we managed to keep it. I have the team running preliminary tests of composition and rudimentary functionality. I'd like to get those nailed down before anyone even thinks about attempting to fire it. Based on how Dutch describes it, there was an unnatural connection between the weapon and the predator itself, which could imply advanced biometric controls. A more direct connection with its mask. So many possibilities, but only time and rigorous testing will tell. What's of paramount importance is that we don't blow ourselves up along the way. It's April 4th, 2001. While I've had basic training, I usually stay away from field duty. However, it seemed prudent to have first-hand knowledge of the predators. As Dutch continues to prove himself an expert tracker, I was guaranteed a sighting if I went on the next mission. I opted out of arming myself, as previous accounts describe predators sparring the unarmed. Killing a defenseless target must be seen as dishonorable. After infiltration, we quickly walked into a guerrilla ambush. At this particular moment, I regretted my decision to go unarmed, but I kept my head down while Dutch and his team did their work. After the dust settled, we heard a deafening roar. In the clearing stood a massive predator. It had no mask, staring Dutch down in complete silence. After what seemed like minutes, it let out another roar and charged us. As it was closing in, the predator threw a knife that missed Dutch, but grazed my arm. Unfazed, Dutch grabbed a spear from his back and thrust it into the predator's chest. The spear must have missed any vital organs, as the predator continued to fight Dutch before escaping into the jungle. Minutes later, we felt the ground rumble as a spacecraft lifted into the air and then left the planet entirely. While I paid for it in physical trauma, I'm glad to have seen it in person. I can't say I'm disappointed in what I saw. October 27, 2004. We have officially secured a predator's body. Granted, it's pretty shot up, but it will give us a wealth of information on their biology. I considered asking Dutch's team to look into less damaging methods of subduing the predator, but decided against it. Still, Dutch and his team somehow achieved body exfiltration before it was intercepted or destroyed. While examinations of the body are ongoing, we're running parallel tests on the plasma caster weapon. No attempts at firing it have been made, as we're still trying to figure out if it's functional. My hope is that we can obtain more of these weapons for comparison, which would hopefully lead to replicating the technology. Having the weapon of our enemy would dramatically increase our odds in an all-out conflict. July 8, 2007. Today is the 10th anniversary of my father's death in Los Angeles. Because of his contributions to the OWLF, the very building I'm sitting in was named in his honor. Nothing stood in the way of his drive, passion, and desire to learn the secrets of the universe. With everything we've accomplished since his death, I'd like to think he'd be proud The best way to honor him now is to make sure his legacy lives on. Our team will continue to make history in the name of Peter Keys. March 10th, 2008. The team is pretty shaken. On our last mission, Dutch's crew was killed. We dispatched his team to a hunting ground near a small village, but the entire village was empty. Investigating the scene revealed a fresh human skull and spine impaled and dangling on a predator spear at the center of the village. That's when all hell broke loose. The team could not find a target, as one by one they were picked off. Dutch got the survivors into cover and offered himself up as a challenge. As he drew his own spear, within seconds he stood face to face with a very unique predator. He described its armor as far more ornate, almost Egyptian in its regal design. Physically, it was slimmer, but far more deadly than any previously encountered predator. Based on the description, I'm confident that what he encountered was a female of the species. Our assumption has been that all known predators have been male, though up until now, it was mostly an informed guess. Dutch was ambushed, pinned to a wall by the female's net launcher. He observed the predator walk toward him, then activate her shoulder cannon, which quickly shot every member of his team with astonishing precision. As the razor netting cut into his face, blood ran into his eyes, so Dutch barely saw the predator cloak and disappear into the jungle. Given the heavy casualties and Dutch's severe injuries, it's unlikely we'll be sending teams out for some time. I fear we've kicked the hornet's nest, and now the queen is pissed. November 17th, 2008. For some time now, the medical team has been experimenting with technology devised from the Predator medical kit, clearly predicting injury on their butts. Predators carry a small host of advanced medical devices. While it is configured for predator physiology, the foundational technology is surprisingly universal, though nowhere near ready for human testing until sometime later. Dutch returned from a hunting ground with severe injuries. After a confrontation with the predator female, the consensus was that he would not survive. With Dutch's consent, we used a host of experimental options to stabilize his condition, including a serum containing predator blood cells augmented with human DNA. One of the factors that contributes to the predator's long lifespan is their ability to regenerate tissue. Our hope was that this could be altered to identify human tissue as its own and repaired accordingly. So far, the serum has accelerated the expected time of recovery. Considering Dutch's age, he should have healed his wounds in a year, but this occurred in under 3 months. He'll remain in quarantine until the side effects of the serum can be identified. Given how severe his injuries were, it's a small price to pay, though at some point, we'll need to discuss sterilization with Major Schaefer. If this affects his DNA, we cannot risk that change disseminating into the gene pool. Now this part is really interesting because it brings up the idea of using predator blood samples on humans. We've seen this done before in other stories. For example, in the video game Predator Concrete Jungle, Hunter Borgia survived his infant years when he was exposed to predator blood. The blood would allow him to increase his lifespan and stay young. He would later augment himself genetically, turning him into a human-predator hybrid. A similar idea was used in the comic book Aliens vs. Predator Eternal. The villain of this story would use predator blood to keep him alive much longer than normal, also hunting predators for their blood and technology. It's May 24th, 2010, and things have been alarmingly calm, which is making me nervous. A short time after Dutch's brush with death, we had an energy surge that only affected the predator equipment. We have no idea what caused the surge, and I can't tell if it damaged anything, but it was definitely some sort of localized anomaly. Granted, we've collected quite the assortment of predator tech, but the possibility of losing even a few pieces is terrifying. I worry this has something to do with the emergence of the predator female. Are they preparing for something? I doubt they decided to leave Earth alone. Either way, we're in a holding pattern until the next encounter. But with this predator drought, we may be out of luck. March 3rd, 2015. With Predator encounters dwindling, our funding has been adjusted accordingly. I know the other intelligence branches have been eager to get our section closed, as they're not privy to what exactly we're doing. They know we're in research and development, but we have not produced any weaponry or technology that's ready for deployment, which was a major incentive for getting the OWLF established. As far as they know, we're just a bunch of UFO lunatics chasing conspiracy theories. The technology we've recovered would suffice, but there is so much more to what we do than just harvesting weapons for conventional warfare. Regardless, it seems we'll have to bite the bullet and do what we need to defend humanity against the Predator threat. If we build the government some of our lesser breakthroughs, maybe that will keep the wolf from the door. Either way, we'll need a live specimen to make further significant strides. It seems that every encounter with Dutch leads to a dead Predator and broken gear, and that's only if another band of Predators does not show up to take the body. Long story short, something needs to start happening, or the OWLF may have to shutter. Final entry, August 29th, 2016. It's official. They're abolishing the OWLF. In my opinion, it was a certain central agency that stuck the final knife in our back, but that's not relevant anymore. A group of private contractors pitched a task force to replace us, and it was approved. Because we blazed a trail of discovery, they were able to swoop in and overpromise without putting in any legwork. Because of their prior weapon development experience and the guarantee of a live Predator within 1 year, they were swiftly green-lit. Many of our other agents, myself included, were given jobs on this new Project Stargazer. Since this is no longer the OWLF, I suppose I don't need to record these anymore. It's not like anyone will hear them. The research department is being cataloged and classified as storage. Still, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, Dad. I tried to keep it going. I really did. I tried to find a way to keep this from happening to anyone else, but it was too much. Project Stargazer is not what you built, but I will make sure I bring your mission with me. Fortunately, Dutch was able to stay out of our official works, but I'm sure I'll be hearing from him soon. And that's it. This is where the lore in Predator Hunting Grounds comes to an end, for now. If they do release featured content that expands even more, then I will cover it. So these 20 audio recordings tell the story of what happened after Predator and Predator 2, then connecting to the Predator in 2018. It's pretty cool how they brought back Dutch in this way. We all wanted him to come back in the second movie, but it never happened. So this at least is something, and it was a nice way of including him into the story instead of a small cameo appearance. He hunted predators, but lost to the female predator. We can only wonder where the story goes from here. What will happen to Dutch if he's using predator blood samples to recover his injuries? Will this affect him in the future? We have yet to see. The story did make good connections between these three movies, so I gotta say, I did enjoy reading through these. What's up everyone, AcidGlow here. So the latest update to Predator Hunting Grounds is out, and with it came some audio clips of Dutch from the 1987 movie Predator. These were voiced by Arnold Schwarzenegger. It tells the story of what Dutch has been doing after his mission in Valverde, which resulted in his entire team getting wiped out. These new tapes about Dutch are unlocked by your rank. The 20 OWLF tapes in the game were recorded by Sean Keys, and it outlines other events in the story, which leads up to Predator Hunting Grounds. So let's go through these new tapes and see what we can learn. It's September 12th, 1987. My name is Major Alan Schaefer, also known as Dutch, U.S. Army veteran, Special Ops Commander, and the only survivor of the Valverde incident. These tapes are my personal testimony. Insurance. Should anything happen to me, what I found won't be lost. My team was brought in to rescue a Guatemalan cabinet minister and his aide who had been captured by guerrilla forces in Valverde. We located their downed helicopter, and the skinned bodies of those on board hung in nearby trees, seemingly at the hands of the guerrilla fighters. After assaulting their camp, it became clear that the mission was a setup. American intelligence had sent us to retrieve the captured agents who had been on recon for a future military action, But none of that matters anymore. Because while we were clearing out the guerrillas, something was hunting us. An invisible killer tracked us. As we made our way to the extraction point, in 24 hours, it wiped out my entire team. Rick Hawkins, Blaine Cooper, Mac Elliott, Billy Soul, Jorge Ramirez, and Al Dillon. The best soldiers I've ever known, men I trusted my life, were butchered like animals. It was a nightmare. We walked in with guns, but it had the perfect camouflage, advanced weaponry, and could see heat. It was strong and smart. A pitiless hunter. I waited, I watched, and when I understood it, when I saw how it hunted, I killed it. As it lay dying, in a final FU, it activated an explosion device. I barely escaped the blast. My radiation sickness and the crater of that explosion are the only evidence it was ever here. I've given my official statement to Agent Peter Keyes of the OWLF, but it's become clear I need to investigate Valverde myself. Keyes was thorough, but he asked all the wrong questions. We have proof of alien life, but that life sees us as game. It's an alien whose first contact with humanity was to hunt us for sport. All Keyes cared about was the technology lost in that explosion. He can't see the jungle for the trees. I see the threat. He sees the opportunity. Spies are all the same. I mean, we are not people to them. We're just assets. How many soldiers will he feed to those monsters? Just for a chance to steal from them or to learn from them. The government can't be trusted. So, I'll have to do this on my own. I'm cutting treatment short and going off the grid. I will make my way back to South America, to Valverde. I was told there were stories about demons who make trophies of man. I'd like to hear those stories. April 8th, 1991. I'm not dead yet. I'll admit, I regret not curing my radiation sickness before I left. It made leaving the country difficult. I cashed in a few favors, took one too many off-the-books flights in rusted-out buckets, but I made it back to Valverde. The area was in lockdown, sealed by American intelligence for study. The complex centered on the crater from the aliens' self-destruction. I found a scientist slumming in a local bar. A few drinks, and a couple of threats later, he was ready to talk. It wasn't much, barely anything I didn't already know. The blast emitted a form of radiation they'd never seen before. Some believed it was extraterrestrial, some didn't. Either they're not that bright, or there's nothing to find. I decided to let them keep searching in vain. It kept them busy and off my trail. I've been touring villages and small towns, using the cover of an author writing about South America folklore. I don't know if any of them bought it, but they took my money and told their stories. The closer they were to the jungle, the more stories of devils in the trees. Some were BS, made up on the spot, but some carried consistencies that I couldn't ignore. Whatever it was, the demons who make trophies of men, the devil of the trees, or the skull taker. The stories always began on the hottest summer that they could remember. In the summer of 1987, Valverde nearly broke its all-time high in temperatures. They loved the heat, which reminded them of home. Everything else confirmed the truth of the stories. Proud warriors, skinned and hanged, skulls and spines ripped from their bodies. Maybe it was obvious from the beginning, but it wasn't until I heard the stories that I truly accepted the purpose of these mutilations. I mean, they're taking trophies. They travel impossible distances to hunt us, skin us, and mount us over some alien fireplace on another world. It would be disgusting if it weren't so familiar. Where do I go now? It's been on my mind all year. The takeaway from all of this intel is that they've been doing this for decades, centuries maybe. They're coming back, and I need to be there when they do. June 27th, 1992. It's hard to remember that the most important part of an operation is patience. You can plan the perfect op, but you can't account for everything. If things go south, there's nothing to do but to adapt and finish the mission. Sometimes you just get lucky. I was on the dock about 10 clicks downriver from the Valverde border, figuring out my next move. I was ready to pack it in. I mean, I thought I'd learned everything I could, but there was nothing left for me to find. The OWLF had abandoned the detonation site a year ago, and I thought they'd already shipped back to America. That's when I saw Agent Peter Keyes by a skiff to the dock. I mean, I hadn't seen Keyes since I gave him any official statement. It was impossible,
What
but
the
there
fuck?
he was, with 3 of his buddies, all agents. I mean, the clean, tidy outfits gave them away all the time. I mean, they won't get down in the dirt. You see, that's what they pay soldiers to do. Keyes walked up, looked right at me, and shook my hand. With the radiation sickness, I'd lost a lot of weight. I thought maybe he hadn't recognized me, but then he greeted me like we were old pals. Keyes is a good spy, saying nothing, implying everything. We spent the next few hours trading war stories at the bar. If you'd heard us, you'd never suspect we were trading intel on an alien hunter. His cover was that they'd been looking for a serial killer, a sadist, who'd been operating in the area for years, hunting people like animals and then skinning them alive. Keyes wanted to talk about the monster, so it all came out in the cover story. In many ways, they were just a few steps behind, surveying villages for information, locating witnesses. He did confirm one thing I'd only considered. He told me about how the killer chose his victims. They were always armed. A rifle, a pistol, a knife in the boot. He wasn't taking kids or random villagers. He wanted a challenge. Whatever it was a hunter. When it killed for sport. I wish they were here for a military action. Recon for an invasion. But the truth was so much worse. We are prey. Animals, fit only to be hunted. Keyes and his buddies paid their tab and mine. But before he left, he winked at me and said, "Stay out of the jungle. That's where he gets you." I tracked Keyes and his team for weeks, but they didn't learn anything new. Maybe they knew I was there, maybe they didn't. I don't know. I've risked enough for now. I think it's time to disappear. Keep my ear to the ground. Be patient. March 3rd, 1996, Zaire. I thought I could wait. I thought I could hold back and make my move at the right time. I couldn't. Damn, I had to find them. I needed to hunt it or let it hunt me. I joined up with any private military company that was heading into a hot zone. I pulled every string, cashed out every favor, just to follow the sweat and the death that attracted the demon. I eventually put together a team myself, lost soldiers and haunted men, willing to fight and die wherever I led them. They thought I was a legend, and I let them believe that. I'm quiet and good at what I do. I needed them to see me as a legend so I could take them to die in the sweltering jungle. We went on more missions than I can remember. We didn't fire until we were fired at. They thought that it was my code. It wasn't. I was waiting and watching. Our last mission was an evac op in the Congo. A private munitions base had gone dark. When we arrived, they'd been dead for days, bodies strung up on floodlights around the base, all of them skinned, some missing skulls and spines. We secured the site and waited for backup to arrive. In the heat of the day, I stared into the waves of heat coming off the concrete, thinking that any minute they might come alive as a visible killer. And then they did. I didn't wait. I unloaded every round I had. Trusting me, my team fired in the same direction. It wasn't the first time we'd done it, but this time I knew what I was looking for. It was so fast, we couldn't hit it. We panicked. And 3 rounds started red RPGs, and the explosion hit other munitions that exploded. By the time the smoke had cleared, the demon was dead, but so were all my men. I took samples of its blood, pieces of its anatomy, and what tech I could salvage, and then I burned everything. Then I disappeared. I never checked in with HQ. As far as I know, I was counted among the dead. October 12, 1997, Los Angeles. I needed to come back to the States. It wasn't impossible to sneak contraband through customs, but I wasn't willing to risk what I'd found in the Congo falling into the wrong hands. Instead, I traveled to Mexico aboard a cargo ship bound for the port of Altamira. From there, I made my way to Tijuana and I bunkered down. I had tangible proof of extraterrestrial life in my possession, but no idea what to do with it. I'm not a scientist. I did a soldier duty and secured valuable intel. This was out of my pay grade. I kept an eye on the news. Los Angeles was having a record-breaking heat wave, and a gang war on the streets. It was perfect. I could feel it in my bones. I've been tracking them for so long, I could think like them. I could smell the prey. I could see the hunted ground. I had to get to LA. Crossing back into the States from Tijuana wasn't that difficult, but by the time I reached the city, it was already over, like Valverde. The OWLF only found crumbs. What I hoped might be the alien's ship turned out to be only a launching site. I wanted it too much, and I got sloppy. I breached the OWLF quarantine and was captured. I'd hoped to be bailed out by Agent Keys, but he died. With Keys gone, the OWLF was leaderless and disorganized. I was interrogated, but then negotiated my release by bartering the alien materials I recovered in the Congo. During negotiations, it was clear how little they knew. They needed someone who understood the threat, so I offered to work with the OWLF as a consulting advisor. The funding and the technology I needed to continue my hunt. I wouldn't work for them, but I would work with them. They'll be a weapon I can use to hunt down these predators as they move to fresh ground. It's only a matter of time until they see us as a real threat. When the prey can fight back, it's no longer a hunt, it's a war. March 3rd, 2008, we've gotten good at killing predators. Every time we find one, we come back with more tech, more research, and the OWLF's funding goes up. Together, we've gotten stronger and more efficient. For a time, the aliens were surprisingly predictable. They had no idea that we knew so much about them, but that began to change. They sent better hunters every time. They're beginning to see us as a threat, or we've become a more worthy prize. We know this because our last encounter was special. We weren't certain if they had any gender to speak of, but that changed when we came into contact with a female. She was smarter and deadlier. She didn't mess around like the males did. She was direct, ruthless, and skilled. I was in Laos when we first came into contact with her. It was Valverde all over again. Her ambush wiped out my entire team. Only this time, she got me. In a small village, I lost track of her, just long enough for her to pin me with a razor blade. Pinned against the wall, rings cutting into my face. I'd been fighting for so long, I was ready to die. I should be dead. Instead of making the kill, she cloaked and vanished into the jungle. The net relaxed, and I escaped with my life, and a scar fell over her body. She spared me, only me, like she knew who I was. I returned to the Xville, my first field mission in a long time. Are we going about this wrong? I mean, we've learned so much, but in doing so, have to make ourselves a bigger threat. I can't stop thinking about something Napoleon said. You must not fight too often with one enemy, or you will teach him all your art of war. I started disbelieving we were learning how to hunt them, or maybe she let me live to just be hunted another day. We were teaching them how to hunt us. January 13th, 2019. I knew my predator's deployments to her would make it impossible to keep all of this a secret. Sooner or later, there would be another player on the board. I'd hoped that it would be another agency, one that understood and respected the threat. Project Stargazer. Our initial intelligence on Stargazer was that they were capable, funded, but inexperienced, but they were smart. They took the OWLF's funding and got it shut down. Everyone we could identify in their group was a disavowed member of another agency, including the OWLF. Lacking strong leadership and a clear directive, they were sloppy and arrogant. They were aware of the predator threat, and while they had many of the pieces, they struggled to see the bigger picture. Stargazer was so far behind that we didn't see them as a threat until the event in Mexico. The recovered predator escape pod was an extraordinary find for Stargazer, but the death toll was a heavy price to pay for taking a predator captive. My task force has many directives, but one of the most primary is that do not take captives. Retrieve technology, corpses, and other intelligence, but there is no value in a live predator, only liability. The enemy does not want peace. The enemy does not negotiate. Its only drive on Earth is to hunt. What we might learn a captive predator would never be worth the risk to our people. Stargazer did not learn from their mistakes, and the technology they recovered has only made them cocky. When the government cut ties to the agency, it should have shut the project permanently, but they only shifted their goals. Guerrilla factions and private military companies are being contracted by Stargazer to set up bases and equipment in locations we've identified as ideal hunting grounds. We believe that the former intelligence project is setting itself up to be a fully independent dealer of other worldly arms. This is a worst-case scenario. Hostile forces will use these weapons on their enemies, and they will use them on us. All the while, the true enemy stalks us unseen. It's a distraction mankind cannot afford. Stargazer will have to be dealt with. April 2025. It's hard to believe that I'm still recording this. I probably should be smoking in the medbay, but screw it. It's my birthday, for Christ's sake. I turned 78 today, but I'm out there hunting. I should be retired. I should be doing anything but this. My life should be possible, but the very thing that I hunt, that hunts me, is what's keeping me alive. As we began to understand the Predator's technology, we started to use it. A fight with a Predator female went bad, and I was critically wounded, dying. I agreed to experimentation. Using their medical technology was painful at first, but it worked. It worked so well that the cells in my body stopped aging. Pushing 80 now, I'm fighting like a man in his 40s. It's not the only experiment that I've been part of. I'm deadlier now than I was in Valverde. The OWLF has been fully reinstated. It's grown larger than ever before. We saved Sean Keyes, Stargazer. His father was Peter Keyes. I suppose you could say he was a very dear acquaintance. His son is a gifted scientist. I worry about the future. The Earth is seeing an unprecedented rise in heat and war. As the climate changes and the temperature goes up, more and more countries become hunting grounds. We've killed so many of their kind, but they only send more. The number of events that we've witnessed has increased threefold in 10 years. We have made an impression on them, but
Honestly, I didn't think
we
programming
wanted to show
wisecracks
them
would be so
that we
good
were
at
not
all.
prey. We turned them forever, sending another hunter to our world. We sent a warning. They took it as a challenge. I fear we have made things worse. If the predators ever decide we've grown too bold, I have no doubt that they could burn the Earth and all humanity with it. My only hope is that, while they waste time on sport, we can rise up together and stand against them as a species. Until then, we keep moving, we keep hunting, and we keep our eyes open. And that's the full story of Alan Dutch Schaefer. It finally comes full circle. Now we have closure to the character that finally made a return. If you look at the pictures of the character in game, I noticed he has a knife, which is taken from the Predator's wrist blade, along with a wrist computer on his left arm, and also a biomask on his right shoulder. The story also seems to match events that were expanded upon within the novel of Predator 2, like Dutch getting interviewed by Peter Keyes, then getting sick, then escaping from the hospital, and then finally disappearing. So that's a pretty cool way to bring Dutch back. I liked the story and I'm glad he stayed alive in the end. But since he's got Predator blood samples in his body, he might live longer than a human. What's up everyone, Acid Glow here. With the recent update to Predator Hunting Grounds, there's also been some footage of a new Predator class. As of right now, it seems to be a prize from an online contest. Hopefully, the Alpha Predator will be available to everyone else in the future. There's a possibility that the game will get more maps, skins, and weapons. This design of the Alpha Predator is similar to the one from NECA, but they both took inspiration of the original concept for the Predator in the first movie, until it was changed by Stan Winston. So it's a nod towards a piece of history. This upcoming Predator class has a unique weapon that acts like the War Club. It has the same animation, but it's just a different model. But the interesting thing about this character is the information about the weapon. It says this: once wielded by the legendary Alpha Predator, this sickle was used in the uprising of the Hish. against their cruel Amengi rulers thousands of years ago. It seems that this bit of lore was linked to the action figure by NECA to commemorate over 100 different Predator figures by NECA. They took the original design of the Predator and made it into a figure. But not only that, they also wrote up a story of this character. Here's the rest of it. The ancient Yaochua ancestors, known as the Hishkuten, or the Hish, were invaded by a race of insectoids. They were called the Amengi. This took place thousands of years ago on a planet far from Earth. The Amengi had exhausted the resources on their own world. This was due to them pursuing technological ambitions. They were a ruthless, nomadic civilization. As they traveled to many worlds, they would consume anything like a swarm, and then ruling what was left. During the early days of the Hishkuten, they appeared more animal-like and smaller in size, very different from their predator descendants that we know today. As they lacked necessary strength and intelligence to withstand such an attack, the Amengi would overtake their world and enslave the Hish for centuries. When the Amengi invaded the planet of the Hish, darkness spread over the land. Their moment of peace was gone. The Hish were enslaved by the cruel rulers, the Amengi. Everything changed from here. The Hish were used for slave labor, food, experiments, and also for game hunting. During some fighting competitions, some companies became so well known that wagers were placed on the matches. Gambling became an obsession amongst the upper tier of the Amengi society, and so large species of the Hish were sought out. But to make the competitions more exciting, the Hish were chemically enhanced and trained and turned into effective tools for their owners. As time passed by, the Amengi ruled over the Hish for countless years. But amongst the Hish, one of the largest and most fierce would emerge. Once it reached maturity, he commanded respect and fear from those around him, even from the Amengi. I'm not sure about the pronunciation of his name, but it's either Ka'el or Ka'il. His name's true meaning is rage. Not only was this beast physically impressive, but it was also unusually intelligent. He appeared loyal to the Amengi and used their trust to secretly pursue his own goals. His plan was to free his people from slavery. Gradually, he would ally himself with other powerful slaves throughout the established territories. While the Amengi grew rich and arrogant, they were unaware of the insurrection Ka'el was forming. Because nobody challenged the Amengi during their rule, their armies grew soft and weak. A bloody insurrection occurred at the right time, and the Amengi forces were usurped. Even though the Amengi had advanced technology and tough exoskeletons, their defense had failed them. The mighty warriors they created from the Hish is what overthrew them. Ka'el would take a trophy from one of the larger carcasses, and the others would follow him. All that training, all the slavery, the hatred, and the chemical enhancements would create the predator species. The remaining Amengi would be hunted down, forced into slavery, or eliminated. The technology left behind by the Amengi would be taken by the predators. Over the many years afterwards, this would form a balanced union between the scientific and the natural aspects of the Hish and Yaochua culture. This would go down in the history of the Hish to honor the noble tale of Ka'el. He is forever known as the first hunter, or the alpha predator. This was not the very first time the Hish were mentioned. It actually was brought up in the book Predator Forever Midnight, written by John Shirley and released in 2006. But this was when the predators were changed in many ways. For one, they were now called the Hishkuten, which translates to the people who take territory. They had a different honor code in this story. They would attack women and young children, even if they were unarmed. Their attacks were extremely aggressive and overpowering, leaving no room for a fair fight. Any beings that survived would become slaves. They would still take trophies, but knowing their methods, it doesn't seem like it was a well-earned trophy. The people the Hish would attack would barely have any chance to fight back. Another difference here is that as a species, they were now able to change their gender. This change could happen instantly if there was a desire to mate. The clan leader would be the most intelligent of them all, while the other members were portrayed as not so bright. This led to infighting amongst their clans. The medical kit in the movies and games would come with a needle that injected fluid. It was believed to give them a dose of adrenaline, hormones, or even heavy steroids. This makes predators get a boost of power for a short time. But in this novel, it was all produced by an evolutionary organ called the kill gland. It produced strong hormones that drove the predators into a frenzy, and it had to be kept under control with the use of medicine. Instead of relying on their own technological advances, they would scavenge anything they find from other worlds they conquered. This was similar to what the Amengi would do, dating back to the early history of the Hish creatures. Because of these many changes this novel made to the predators, it was not accepted by a lot of fans. The name Hish-Kuten was also seen in Mortal Kombat X. It was one of the 3 variations you could use for the Predator. So that covers some lore about the Predators. We got to look at their origins, where they got their advanced technology, the history of the Hish-Kuten, the story of the Alpha Predator, and the novel Predator Forever Midnight. Within the lore of the Predator universe, there have been many types of hunters in different stories.
You might
We have
remember
the
me from
traditional
other exploration
hunters that
adventures,
follow the
such
code
as
of
the
honor,
Tomorrow
which are
District,
the most common.
Gotham's Otisburg,
During
and
the
the
time long ago,
inspirational
there
Centennial
was a
Park.
story of how the
Today's
tribes
exploration
became
will take us to...
separated.
Oh, this is
All 3
interesting.
actions of Nightstorm Predator. This created the Bad Bloods, honorless hunters that hunt other predators. There's also the Enforcer Predators. They hunt dead the Bad Bloods in return. Both of them which made an appearance in the comic books. So there's more to this species than what is shown on film. But with new characters appearing in Predator hunting grounds, we can now look at a few more additions to the lore. This gives us a chance to look into other types of hunters, specifically the Samurai Predator and the Viking Predator. Before we start, make sure you leave a like rating on the video. With that being said, let's begin. The Samurai Predator went to hunt in Japan during days when it was particularly hot. The samurai warriors heard his spaceship arrive and interpreted it as a bad omen before heading off to fight him. In the distance, the samurai warriors heard the echoes of its attacks and attempted to fight this invisible demon. As they fought with courage, honor, and using all of their skill, all of them would fail. Even the most elite warriors would never return home alive. This ritual went on for centuries until the modern day. It was seen as a demon from legend that once hunted skilled warriors who protected feudal Japan. As time passed by, this hunter became a Japanese legend known only as the demon from the sky. The lore about this predator is explained in this way. This class of predator comes from an ancient Japanese legend that brings to life the tale of this demon from the sky. During the hottest of days, when the sun bit the necks of farmers of this island nation, a rushing sound, unlike any other, echoed across the sky. The samurai warriors would recognize this omen and don their weaponry to fight the invisible demon. Year after year, the most elite of warriors would fall honorably to this Yaochua in a ritual that would last for centuries. Many would challenge the demon, but just like all the others, each of them would fail. For this predator was an experienced hunter, and its defeat would not come easily. If we look at the biomask, the design resembles an unmasked predator. This is a very unique feature, as other biomasks that we've seen before don't really show their own physical features. Its dreadlocks are also something we can look at. They are tied back and held upward, similar to the predator known as Topknot from the comic books. Now, the word Topknot is based on the concept of a Japanese hairstyle. Its most noticeable weapon of choice is a katana blade. This retractable, single-edged sword was used in many hunts throughout ancient Earth. The The long blade produces heavy two-handed attacks against prey, and it causes temporary bleeding. The Viking predator can be traced back to when the Viking raiders consumed lands far from their own borders, and by doing so managed to draw attention they never imagined. The death and destruction throughout the world would bring a gift from the sky to challenge the most powerful and honorable warriors in battle. As the legends of this youch was spread, Norsemen saw an opportunity to gain an honorable death by way of this wanderer, so they continued to pursue glory. Over centuries, the strongest, bravest warriors would journey out raiding to lure this great force into ritual combat, with hopes of feasting in the halls of Valhalla. It is a massive predator that rivals even the Berserker class. It is stronger but slower than the Berserker. This makes them a ferocious adversary. Rather than using additional gear, they lean more on their own abilities as a show of strength. One weapon that it does carry throughout its hunts is the battle axe. Wielded by the Viking predator of the north, this powerful two-handed battle axe was forged for devastating close-range attacks against ferocious Norsemen.
All right, folks.
Secondary attack provide.
We're going to go ahead and call it. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out. See you dudes later.